Don't even look at them right. Okay. I'm just putting stuff around the telegraph pole, as Robert Bertha would say, and I'm trying to get a big interview on at the moment. Oh, no, that's processing. Oh, where is it gone? News flash. Oh, it got gone on. That's the preview. It's had 45 views. Oh. Oh, goodness me. Right, let's put back Vlad's interview, shall we? Let's put back the interview, but before that, want to see the whole thing from the beginning? No. Let's put another one on about Holistic Monday. Holistic Monday. What have we got? What have we got here? I want to put this one on because it was really good, but I'll have to put it on all from the beginning again. So let's do some Falun Gong, some Falun Dafa. I'm trying to stay very calm with the messages that are coming to me from the sister, telling me I'm infantile and childish about my beliefs. Fair enough. Oh, there it is. Right, save this. There it is. That's a bit cute. Oh, goodness me. Excuse me. Oh. Anyway, I don't think anybody's on here. So I'm just going to put this on. We're going to do some Falun Gong.
Exercise 1. Conjoin the hands. Maitreya stretching his back. Stretch. Tathagata pouring energy into the top of his head. Press the hands together. Turn the hands as if holding a ball. Hands pointing to heaven and earth. Stretch. Relax. Press the hands together. Turn the hands as if holding a ball. Hands pointing to heaven and earth. Stretch. Relax. Press the hands together. Golden monkey splitting its body. Stretch. Relax. Press the hands together. Dragons diving into the sea. Stretch. Relax. Press the hands together. Bodhisattva touching the lotus. Stretch. Relax. Press the hands together. Arhat carrying a mountain on his back. Stretch. Relax. Press the hands together. Vajra toppling a mountain. Stretch. Relax. Press the hands together. Overlap the hands in front of the lower abdomen. Conjoin the hands. Exercise 2. Conjoin the hands. Holding the wheel in front of the head. Holding the wheel in front of the lower abdomen. Holding the wheel above the head. Holding the wheel on both sides of the head. Overlap the hands in front of the lower abdomen. Conjoin the hands. Exercise 3. Conjoin the hands. Males will first move the left hand upwards. Females will first move the right hand upwards. Press the hands together. Up, down. 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 up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Raise the other hand up, down, 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 up. Rotate the Fa Lun at the lower abdomen 4 times. Conjoin the hands. Exercise 4. Conjoin the hands. Press the hands together. Move downward, following the energy mechanism. The second time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. The third time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. The fourth time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. The fifth time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. The sixth time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. The seventh time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. The 8th time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. The 9th time, move downward, following the energy mechanism. Overlap the hands in front of the lower abdomen. Conjoin the hands. Exercise 5. Now let's start the practice. Conjoin the hands. Begin the tranquil meditation.
Hey guys, welcome to lesson 67. Love created me as itself. Well, let me put it this way. I haven't been in love today. Hey guys, welcome to lesson 67. Love created me as itself. Well, let me put it this way. I haven't been in love today the way I could have been. I've wanted to create conflict with the family. I really have. I wanted to create conflict with the sister because she's very confrontational. She's sending me messages telling me I'm infantile and childish. And quite honestly, she's trying to goad me into a fight. I can feel it. And so this beautiful, beautiful lesson, love created me like itself. I'm going to bring it up on here, lesson 67, and have a look at it. How am I going to help myself? Because I can't find a lesson 67 in all the lessons that I've done. All right, so over the years, I cannot find one. Love created me as itself. It's beautiful. What does that mean to me? What does it mean to me? Love created me like itself, as itself. Okay, so without reading the lesson in an easy peasy way, because this is supposed to be easy peasy and this is supposed to be helping people to work through the lessons, to work through Course in Miracles in an easy peasy way. So love created me as itself. What does that mean on a day-to-day basis for someone that is only starting the course or doesn't understand it very well? What is love? Like the song, what is love? Love, what is love? And what does it mean that love created me as itself? Right, so some other names for love for me are peace, compassion, gentleness, peace, compassion, gentleness. Come on, Lauren, what else? Freedom, freedom of choice, patience, temperance, spirituality, acceptance, non-judgment, fearlessness, stability, bliss, consciousness, light, source, angels, beauty, fairness, compromise, and I don't feel those. But love created me like itself, right? So if I believe that those are all the words that describe love for me, then that means I can use that and say, well, love created me as peace. Love created me as compassion. Love created me as non-confrontational. Love created me as secure. Love created me as safe. Love created me as bliss. Love created me as non-judgmental. Love created me as I said, bliss. Love created me as empathy. Love created me as one. One. Love created me as one. There's your answer. So if people are getting to me today by calling me childish, infantile, and an idiot, because I know for a fact what is good for my body and what is good for the body because of all my studies and my expertise. I know what's good for the body and what isn't. I know what will help your body and what won't, because of all my expertise and all the work I've done. So people calling me childish, infantile, whatever, because of my beliefs and because of my values, So love created me non-judgmental. Love created me as itself means that there is no judgment toward these people, that they could be teaching me something. This is the lesson. What are they teaching me? They're teaching me there's a huge amount of rage in me. It means I'm judging myself. It means there's fear in me. Because if there wasn't fear in me, they couldn't highlight the fear in me. If there wasn't fear in me, they could not highlight it. Is there a part of me that believes what they're saying? So that needs to come into the light. Am I infantile? Am I childish? Yeah, I am. Good. So what? Love created me as a child. Love created me childish. Love created me innocent. Innocence is beautiful. You have to become like an innocent child in order to be happy, in order to learn, in order to listen to others and what might be good for you. So love created me as an innocent child, as innocence. Love created me newborn. And so if this person says something to me, can I start again? And can I look at their opinion and live and let live, even though they call me infantile and childish and abuse me and then say live and let live? Can I see them as teachers that are showing me that they don't know how to love? That's not unconditional love. Do I know how to love? Unconditional love is accepting everyone for what they are, and I can't do that. I want to annihilate them off the planet because I feel that they're endangering my life and the planet and the environment and people around me, and they're hurting us because we're losing people and it's affecting my life and I can't go anywhere. I'll be in the sunshine because of these infantile idiots that are standing up for nefarious, dangerous poisons to be put into their bodies. That isn't love, though. Love is unconditional. So if love created me as itself, it created me unconditional. It means that whatever is fighting inside of me is not love. And so love created me as itself is saying to me to be gentle, to be loving, to protect me, to love me, and not talk to these people if it hurts me at the moment, if it's not what I want, if I don't want to feel their hurt and I deserve better. I put up a healthy boundary. Love created me to put up a healthy boundary for me, to love me, to protect me, to show me what's good for me, because I love myself. Love created me as itself. Love never told me to lie down and play dead. Love never told me to fight, but I'm fighting. So that's not love. So it's a work in progress all through the day. When this person says something hurtful, love created me as itself. You are giving me an opportunity to understand that I don't love you unconditionally. I hate you. I feel hatred and anger towards you because you're an idiot. That's what the ego says, but love created me as itself. So love cannot feel anything but compassion, bliss. Put your own words in. Yeah? Open-mindedness, lack of judgment. If I was a newborn child now, who would I trust? What would I trust? I'd have to start all over again. And isn't that what we're being called to do? With wisdom. Love is wisdom to me. God, love is God, God is wisdom. God, love created me as wise, but open-minded only enough to not go against my values and my beliefs and what I know is good for me by testing it. Love created me as an innocent, newborn child that starts the day again now and looks at that person. Instead of looking at them with hatred, looking at them with love and thinking maybe one day they'll learn. The same way as when 9/11 happened and I said one day they'll learn. They'll stop fighting, they'll stop killing each other. Maybe one day they'll learn, but I can't teach them and they will throw out their weapons and fight me because I am challenging their status quo. I am challenging everything they don't want to think about. So love is about me stepping back. Love is me stepping back and loving me enough
to know I can't change anyone. Love is a serenity prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Love is a serenity prayer to know I can only change myself. And if I don't want to talk to people that I think are misled and stupid and uncaring towards themselves and others, really don't care about themselves at all, or don't love themselves and don't love others because they're too stuck in, it's not my job to judge them, but I want to love me. And loving me means I don't even talk to them. I don't have anything to do with them. I protect me. That is a change I can make. And if they send their messages, I just don't answer. I don't get into a fight. I leave it, and I don't even bother let them question the fact that the whole country is going to be covered and the whole world is going to be covered with people marching on the 20th for freedom. Freedom to be who we want to be and not what those idiots are telling us. Love created me to have choices and to love myself at the moment. And maybe that's all I can do. Maybe I just can't love these people. And that's okay. I accept it and I love myself as long as it doesn't hurt me. Love created me protective over me. So I love you. Use this lesson. And hopefully when I go back to this in 2022, please God, we will have the world I've always dreamed of. My own theatre, my own TV station, earning money, my own home, my own loving family, Starseed family, where I don't need anybody else except these loving people. We've made our own rules, our own country, and it's all cool and it's all beautiful. And we live dancing, singing, acting, and doing what we love. Because love created me. Hopeful. I love you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hey, that's actually inspired me. I don't know what it is when you put a camera in front of you. And as you can see, I'm in protective mode today. I'm nurturing myself. I'm looking after myself and I'm in protective mode. And I don't know what it is that Course in Miracles is just the most incredible course. It's got me out of so much over the years. I even used it in the therapeutic community and I blessed everyone and saw them as teachers and mirrors. And it really, really helped me. And what is it when you put a camera in front of you and you do a lesson? It just changes your whole perception of the day and what's going on. And yes, I was feeling a lot of anger and from her, from the sister, and she keeps goading me. She's still doing it. But as I said, I was able to think, well, love created me as healthy boundaries and self-nurturing. So I'm not going to answer. I'm going to protect me. And so as I'm on here with this, and it is Holistic Monday, I thought I would read the language of letting go for today, because it's all about letting go. March the 8th, surrender. Make a decision to turn our will and our lives over to the care of God, love, as we understood Him. And of course, this is step 3 of the 12 steps. And whether you're in it for drink, drugs, codependency, food, or whatever, it always applies. Always, always, always. Made a conscious decision to turn our will and our lives over to care of God, love, as we understood Him or her or it or whatever. Step 3, this one is Al-Anon. Surrendering to a power greater than ourselves is how we become empowered. We become empowered in a new, better, more effective way than we believed possible. Doors open, windows open, possibilities occur. Our energy becomes channeled at last in areas and ways that work for us. We become in tune with the plan for our life and our place in the universe. I've gained 10 new subscribers on my tarot channel since I've been putting my love into doing that today. Doors open, windows open, right? Surrendering to a power greater than ourselves is how we become empowered. New ideas come in. And there is a plan in place for us. We shall see that. We shall know that. The universe will open up and make a special place for us. There's a place for us, yeah? With all that we need provided. It will be good. Understand, it is good now. Learning to own our power will come if we are open to it. We do not need to stop at powerlessness and helplessness. That is a temporary place where we reevaluate where we have been trying to have power when we have none. Once we surrender, it is time to become empowered. Let the power come naturally. It is there. It is ours. Today, I will be open to understanding what it means to own my power. I will accept powerlessness where I have no power. I will also accept the power that is mine to receive. All right? So, you cannot stop people having a go at you. You cannot stop people goading you if you are challenging everything that they don't want to look at. You cannot stop that. However, you have the power of how you react. Take back your power. Don't be a victim. You're a victim when you let them do whatever they want to do to you and you react the way they expect you to. And that's what I hate about the family I was born into. They love to goad me. They love to try to goad me, and they always got a rise out of me. And it started to happen again. But then I thought, that's it. I'm not reacting. I'm not even answering her. I'm cutting her off. I don't want to talk to her anymore. End of. I didn't block her. I just not answering her. I'm just not answering them. So that was the language of letting go. And I have so much respect for Melody Beattie. Melody Beattie lost her son in a skiing accident. And if someone can do all of this for the universe after losing their child, their beloved child, then I am humble. And Melody Beattie tells you to be grateful for everything, the good, the bad, the not so good, because if you are able to be grateful for the not so good, then you can learn the lessons that are coming with it. No, this is live. Hi there, Vanadin One. I'm live. Thank you. Hi, how are you? I'm live. So if you can be grateful for everything, particularly those that hurt you the most, then you have become enlightened. Then you have become enlightened, because then you can see the lessons. Just so you know, you forgot to select a category. You've got a lot more viewers if they can find you in a category. How do I do that? Vanadin, how do I select a category for my stream? I don't know if I can do that on Restream, but thank you. Thank you very much for telling me that. When you select your title, that same page, you need a category. It's called Holistic Monday. Right, let me check. It says update tab. It doesn't, oh, gaming content. Enter the game. Is that what you mean? It's not a game. It's life. We're talking about life. Mind, body, spirit. Life. Okay, it's the holistic show. It's Holistic Monday. This is not a game. This is life. But thank you. This is not a game. It's not a game. It's life. Twitch is a gaming site. All right. Thank you, Vanadin. That's nice. Thank you so much for telling me. This is mind, body, spirit. This is to help people so the categories games. Thank you. I really appreciate it, sweetheart. It can be confusing. Right, well, I put life, mind, body, spirit, life. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your kindness. So, as I said, we're talking about gratitude here. I became grateful and I just said thank you for battlefield. No, it's not a battlefield, it's the opposite. It's surrender. Okay, this is surrender. I didn't put Battlefield V as my game. It's not a game. I'm confused. I'm on Restream. Okay, I'll check. Life is not a valid search. Selected the nearest things. Oh, okay. On Twitch. Is this on Twitch? Where? Is this on Twitch? On Twitch or Restream? On Twitch. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. All right, let's have a look. Let's go on Twitch. You did it right, but instead of live, we're just chatting. You got it, girl. Oh, sweet. Thank you. So I just put just chatting. Thank you. Just chatting. I suppose that, can you sing for my sister Tuta, her birthday? I'm not singing at the moment. In the place you put live, put just chatting. Oh, okay. You mean on Restream? Vanadin? On Restream? Just chatting. Isn't it lovely? People actually helping me here. Update titles, gaming content, just chatting. Right. Just chatting. There you go. Holistic Monday, just chatting. Where's Twitch? It's not showing me anyone. You see, it's not even showing me that you guys are coming through. Log in. Oh, there I am. Battlefield V, it's saying, whatever that is. Oh, God. Oh, there I am. No, I'm the opposite. I'm peace. How do I change it on here? You cannot log in with your address. Moving on TV. Moving on TV. So if I just put moving on TV, won't let me. It won't let me. Your password isn't correct. Yeah, it is. It's weird. It won't accept my password. I'm not a bot. Oh, it's telling me it doesn't exist. I can't be bothered. and your number. It's not accepting my number. Oh well. Sorry, too much stress. I can't do it. I don't know how to change it. Sorry. I can do it on Restream, but that's about it. I can do it on Restream, but that's about it. Van Adin, thank you for that. I changed it on here to just chatting, but it's not chatting, it's teaching. But anyway, thank you very much for his support. I really do appreciate it. You're not turning up on, it's not even showing me that you're on. I've got 2 people that are on YouTube, I think. Anyway, coming back to what we were saying, because I'm not very good with the admin, is we're talking about gratitude. And as I said, I'm very, very grateful to Melody Beattie because she says that be grateful for everything. So I'm grateful that I can't change this on Twitch because, why am I grateful? Don't know. Because it brings up anger and frustration in me. So that's what I'm grateful for. It brings up anger and frustration. And that needs to come up and leave my body. Right. I'm going to look at March the 8th now in the 12 steps. Reflection for today. If there is no joy or enthusiasm in my life, it can seem to be a pretty bleak and depressing world I live in. When there is no color in my life, there is no rainbow either. By bringing enthusiasm into my everyday work, I add color and spice. Today, I will be enthusiastic in doing whatever I have to do. I will speak and act enthusiastically. This can uplift me all day, and it rubs off on others. When I am joyful, people around me feel better. Only I can do this for me. The good feelings it gives to others are a bonus, which I receive for being good to myself. And the amount of work accomplished is incredible. Another bonus. Help me to put rainbows into my life by granting me the strength for enthusiasm. The pot of gold at the end of rainbow is joy. So create rainbows in your life. And if that is childish and infantile, then I am very grateful to be childish and infantile. I'd rather be childish and infantile and open-minded and or about what could be happening rather than take everything as read and get myself into a mess and end up sick and in a worse situation. Right, so as it's Holistic Monday, I'm going, we watch Shamanic Paul. I don't know if you watch him, but he's an incredible shaman, incredible meditator, incredible medicine man. I call him a medicine man. He's got an incredible knowledge of how to use light language and how to release pain and suffering out of the body. And of course, that's what we're here for, guys. So if you want to watch his life story, I think it's time we put on the first part of Paul's interview with us. Messengers of Light, who do you think you are? Well, because we haven't watched it for a long time. And I like to honor and respect the people that are on Moving On TV. And he's definitely one of them. People that give everything from their heart. Everything. First of all, I put on the promo so you can see what he does every day at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. This is the TV. He's also on at 6 o'clock now for USA, every day at 6 o'clock. And I mean, have you heard that singing voice? That is such an amazing singing voice. I'd say one of the best singing voices around. And I wish I could hear him do some more singing. That would be so cool. Anyway, I'm going to put on his life story for you now because I want you to watch what someone can do when they actually can move on from the restrictions of their life and go out there and do work for the universe, do the work for people to actually help them in some way. And that's what Paul McDonald has done over the years, help people to move on with his holistic work. So you need to watch this and to be grateful. And I am grateful. I'm grateful that he's on moving on TV. I'm grateful for all the work he's done with me and is still doing with me. And he knows what that means. Anyway, enjoy this. I hope it helps you in some way, guys. And please subscribe to Moving On TV. This is a channel where a TV station where you can get a lot of truth. And if you want, you can go on our BitChute and you have a choice to watch this. I can't put this on here, but I can give you the link to our BitChute. All right? You have a choice to stay free. You have a choice to be what you want to be. As I said, I cannot put this on here, but I can give you the link. So good luck. Please click onto the link and watch that. And it's a preview to a big interview that I'm doing where you've got more choices in life, where you can do what you feel is right, not what you've been told to do. All right, here you go. Enjoy this program. I know you will. It's absolutely brilliant. And he also opens it. Messengers of Light. Who do you think? And he's up for a Grammy Award for a piece of music that he wrote with me called Heart Vision. Multi-talented, amazing person, amazing healer, amazing. And today we have an incredible guest coming on, a really good friend of mine, Paul McDonald, who runs the Positivity Centre in Burnham, Ashton Lane. And I'm just going to show you some of the things I've purchased from there. Look at that crystal. These crystals are stunning. And this one. This I know is amethyst. This one drew me because of the gorgeous colours. I think this was about a £5. And this was about a £5, and this was about £10. So this is what you can get there at the Positivity Centre once it's open again. Also, you can buy my book, Simply Amazing, Chapter 8, Casey Armstrong. They sell that. They sell How to Stay Sane in a Crazy World cards, which are channeled by me. And they sell this beautiful, beautiful pendant. If you can see, made by Megan Luna. They sell beautiful things there, and I've purchased loads of stuff from there. But today we're going to talk to Paul, the man himself. I call him Mr. Medicine Man because when I go for a session with Paul McDonald, he does the shamanism, he does music, he does rhythms, he does I use the bed, the sound and light bed, and all together get this incredible experience, enlightening experience where I detach from life completely. When I come out of there, I'm a different person. And sometimes he uses rhythms and drums and sage sticks, as I say, Mr. Medicine Man. And as I said today, apart from that, he's a very talented musician and songwriter, an all-rounder, as well as an alien for another planet. So a fantastic healer. He does, I'd say, telepathic healing as well. So, you know, close your eyes and the healing appears and you feel different. All sorts of talents and skills and experiences that we feel probably are what refer to being an architect of life which is what I'm going to ask from him. Now, you saw him a couple of years ago. He did a program on Moving on TV. It was the Happy News at a fair, and where he sang happy talk, happy news. But today we're going to focus on, as I say, the depths of how far this goes. Who is Paul McDonald? How did he get to the level that he is now? Where did it all start? Because as you know, we're Moving on TV. I like to dive deep and find out about the man or woman, the human, what is behind this, what is behind it all, but the real person. Okay, so welcome to Moving on TV.
Happy, 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 happy news. Happy, happy, happy news.
Paul,
Howdy.
it's an honor and a pleasure to interview you here on Moving on TV, because as you know, I have a huge amount of respect for your work. I love what you do. I just told the viewers that I go onto the lighted sound bed that you have at the Positivity Centre, and it's an incredible experience. I always come off there feeling happy and detached and a lot better than when I went on it. So tell me a little bit about Paul McDonald. Where did all this start? I mean, you woke up one day and you suddenly knew everything that you know, or did it start way back a while ago?
I suppose I've always been a bit, I suppose very like up in my head a lot, to be quite honest. Always been very intrigued and questioning everything. Maybe sometimes it's a little bit too much, but then as they say, your gift is your curse is your gift. Sort of works for you in both ways, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Which is life, I suppose. It is a balance. It's like that can't always be one or the other. They sort of go like that. Yeah, since I can remember, just really, I suppose, open-minded, which caused me a bit of an issue when I was young. Always felt like I wanted to do something, but I never knew what. It was, I wanted to be creative, wanted to be expressive, but I couldn't work out what it was. Because when I was younger, the only things I could work out that was expressive and creative was either music or your general sort of stuff. Not realising that what I wanted to really be expressing was energy. And in the format that I do, which is, well, just expressing energy in ways that people are only just starting to wake up to, I suppose. For years they've been doing it in cultures, but it's even in cultures they've been doing it with like indigenous cultures, they've been doing it with some sort of format or tradition where it's not quite that. It's more of a conscious present flow that wants to express itself through sound, through movement. It's almost as if, and for years, I think I was stuck with stuff. I remember I used to have tics a lot. I'd make sort of like noises, or I'd twitch my neck, or.
You mean a bit like kind of like Tourette's kind of?
Yeah, but it was almost sort of a tic. Like I'd have to do something like a certain movement of my neck all the time. And I remember thinking it was like if I don't do it, it's, it was a bit of an OCD, it's a bad luck thing, but more of a feeling. And now I look back on it, I've come to realise it was actually like energy that was stuck and stagnant. And someone said to me recently, and I've only just thought about it, like how light, I don't like the word light language, but I suppose it's like expressing energy is in form of like sound and movement. It's like NLP, because you're, for example, like last night I was feeling like I need to express a certain sounds, and I think it was a lot of like it's a lot of like tongue twisty sounds, and I just go with it, and it's a tone which is a vibration, which is basically what everything is anyway, isn't it? Vibration. So I just go along with it. It can seem weird or it can seem odd, but it's just the tone. It's a sound, and most things in life are made up from sound and frequency. Hence, like in the Bible, it says that the first was the word was God. In the Hindu scriptures, it started with Om. It's just that primordial vibration, sound and light. And like when you listen to certain music, it makes you feel a certain way. Trance music puts you in a real heady, euphoric space. Soul music, you feel in your heart. Then you got sort of stimulated music like drum and bass or heavy rock that puts you in that real like invigorated, and you even get music that makes you feel like that goth metal, dark metal stuff. Makes you feel really, I don't even know the word I want to give that. Almost aggressive sometimes, but yeah, different types of music, different sounds do different things. And when someone's singing a love song, they're singing that from their heart. So they're literally, the linguistics and the sound which they're producing is coming from a heart space. So, and when someone's dancing, they feel good because they're allowing their body to move with the sound that they're going with. So when you're expressing sound and then you're doing certain movements with it, you're creating an atmosphere around your body. I know I've gone off of what I was talking about a bit here.
Yeah. Can I just bring you back a sec, Paul?
Yeah.
Because again, I like to, as I say, I want to go back to the beginning. Because
can I eat my chocolate?
You can eat your chocolate, yeah. No, it's
about freedom.
Where did it all start? Because I remember I met you at one of these fairs, these big fairs in Maidenhead, and I sat down beside you. You seemed like really calm and quiet, like a really gentle being. Sat down beside you. But you were totally focused. You started talking to me, explaining to me what you wanted to do, the conscious camps, and I think at the art center. But, what I want to know is, when did all this start? I mean, how was it at school for you, for example, when you went to school? As you say, you're different, you're creative. How did you manage to settle as a child into the school system with all your energy or ambitions? Or did that start later on when you were older?
I had a funny childhood. I wasn't brought up funny, but I was a bit funny myself because I had weight issues, and that put me into like give me a lot of anxiety because I weren't happy with myself, and I suppose really that's why I do what I do now. I never really, for years, I don't think I enjoyed myself because it was all about how I look, superficial sort of 3D world stuff, and I guess really that put me on a neural path of thinking, because you're always thinking about yourself. You've got anxiety, you're trying to cover the next move or how you're going to feel about something, so you think a lot, which ends up putting you in the pattern of thinking a lot. So then you end up thinking about everything a lot. And I suppose when you're thinking a lot, you're thinking about everything. So you'll be thinking about everything a lot. Like a lot of my friends used to do all sorts of stuff. Where I lived in Slough, there was a lot of like crime, a lot of drugs, a lot of robbery, a lot of all sorts. And
sorry, because you're up in Slough, is that right?
Yeah. Okay. And like friends of mine would be involved in stuff like that, but I'd always be sitting there thinking like about it all from every angle and having compassion. I could never do stuff like that, obviously hang around with people because they're your friends when you're younger, and then certain friends will be doing certain things, and but where you're thinking, where I would think a lot, it would stop me acting a certain way, because I'd be thinking about consequences, thinking about how the person would feel, thinking about everything. And again, it's like a curse and a gift at the same time, because it's sort of intuitive as well. You don't do stuff because you're thinking, oh, that ain't right, that ain't going to be right, it's going to turn out like that. Like really thinking about everything from every angle. Sort of think yourself out of doing things. And sometimes, but it ends up, I also used to think myself out of doing stuff that maybe I wanted to do. So,
was there anything you liked about school?
um,
X or that
I liked school. I liked being with my friends.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't like. I've never liked doing structured stuff. I've never liked being part of a structured society. And my mum's very much, I suppose, you've met my mum, opinionated. She made me into the man I am today. Yeah, systematic stuff I've never really gone along with well. My mum didn't. I think she got kicked out of school early because she didn't like going with set routines. It's when it's when you look into stuff and you think, like, well, what's the point of that? Not everything about it, but just certain things that you can't resonate with. And I suppose that's the beginning of change. If you're here as a person who wants to bring in some sort of change always gets what's the word? No one seems to like change, or no one's comfortable with change because they're comfortable with what they're doing. So either people think you're weird for what you're trying to talk about or bring in. And I suppose that's another thing with me as a youngster. I liked certain things. I liked a certain way of dressing, but I never would. I'd never like do things that I wanted to do because I'd be worried about how people I know would think, or if they would take the mickey. Or I was thinking about it only last night, actually, about how much post-traumatic stress is just a whole lifetime of a lot of people. Everyone's got post-traumatic stress. Post-traumatic stress is just, to me, there's different levels of it. You've obviously got shocking life scenarios, and then you've got it where there's something that's affected you deep-rooted in you because you couldn't be yourself. Not being able to be yourself is post-traumatic stress, because it leaves a stressful energy in you which accumulates and builds up and ends up disturbing other aspects of your life. Like you can't be yourself. You can't act a certain way because you're worried about what your parents are going to think. You're worried about what your friends are going to think. Then that ends up repressing you. Then you're not happy.
So you felt like this as a young child, did you?
Yeah.
You feel like that you couldn't be yourself and you couldn't express yourself?
Yeah, partly not just because of other people, but because of me as well. Like there were certain things I wanted to do or certain things I wanted to wear, but I wouldn't because I would think that I looked silly in them. Or I would look silly looking like this or dressed like that. So that I had a lot of self-judgment, and that put me off. But then where did the self-judgment come from? Something in me, or something must have happened that I maybe can't even remember that created self-judgment in me.
So how did you deal with it?
Pardon?
How did you deal with all of those feelings as a young
drugs. I got stoned out my face a lot. Alcohol, drugs. Music was a good one. But I loved music anyway, but I suppose you do use things to escape stuff. Yeah, drugs, I suppose. I got into cannabis, got into ecstasy. Later on, I got into cocaine. Yeah, it was funny. And even, again, another thing I was thinking about today, like how we use stuff. You know, everyone's on a little journey. You still all have our little traumas and our things come up. And I remember yesterday, I thought, I can't remember it was that come up. And I thought, I feel like having a drink. And I thought, why would I want to drink? Why would I want alcohol? Well, just to maybe suppress something that's coming up, because everything's coming up. Whether you're a therapist, whether you're whatever, things are coming up for everyone, even more so now.
Especially now.
And the more real deep-rooted stuff is coming up. The really deep-rooted stuff. and then we'll try and find ways to get out of it sometimes, because we don't want to sit in it because it could be painful, and then we may find ourselves wanting to do certain things like, oh, I'll have a drink to suppress it. And that's the worst thing you can do, because alcohol already affects your liver. And then if it's a suppressed thing that makes you feel angry, then that's even worse, because you've got the double, that alcohol affects your liver, and also anger from the suppressed emotion affects your liver. And then you're going to use the alcohol that already affects your liver to suppress that energy which affects your liver, that particular trait of anger. So it's just
The
not
liver
good.
is the seat of the emotions.
Exactly.
Yeah. And all addictions are just hiding the void inside, as you said. It could be anything. It could be drinking, eating. With me, it was food. So we all have different types of addictions to hold back rather than facing and confronting. And now we're in a space where we have to deal with everything because of this down and because of the way things are. So you must be very strong then, because how did you come out of this? I mean, how long did you have these addictions, would you say?
Actually
practice
up until
leads to another, you know.
But no, about, so I'm 37 now. 27 would be 10 years. So it would be about 24, 25. I stopped smoking. I stopped a lot of things at once: alcohol, cannabis,
How old were you then?
eating meat.
How, at the same time?
Yeah, and it sent me a bit sort of schizophrenic for a moment. I basically stopped everything that I was using as a crutch or whatever. And the reason I stopped is because obviously I had kids, and I didn't want to carry on. I remember when I first had them, I was doing all sorts, and it's like, and I would have bad anger issues, and you can't be doing that around your kids. You can't be acting like that around them. So that was the reason I stopped, and then that opened up a whole another avenue, because you're stopping something which was suppressing things. I remember I'd stop because I'd have like heart palpitations. I'd be doing lots of cocaine, and I'd have like heart palpitations. I'd have panic attacks. Summer.
Hang on, I'm pausing. Okay, right, we're back. So you were telling me you basically stopped these addictions because you wanted to be a better dad.
Yeah.
Because in a way, you know, Tony Robbins talks about addictions and pain, and he says when the pain is too strong, or when you have something more important than the pain, you can conquer that pain. But it takes that mindset. It takes that something that is more important to you than the addictions. But it's a very brave thing to do, to be able to just stop. I mean, you know.
Hard.
Cold turkey.
Everything comes up that you were suppressing. Boredom, frustration, anger, issues of self-worth, issues with like major ones I had around still getting over, really, ones involving like masculinity. Am I good enough? Do I look manly enough? Do I act manly enough? And that's a big one when in connection with like being doing therapy work and doing this sort of stuff, because it's all classed as airy-fairy or more feminine and soft. So that really gets you to have to push past caring about what people think about you, whether they think you're all of what you feel like you're not enough of, basically.
That's a really interesting point, Paul, because there are a lot of men that are waking up at the moment, and I've had chats to a few of them. They don't understand. The heart chakra is opening, and
Yeah.
cry, and they're starting to feel their feelings. So what advice can you give them as you've been through all of this? What would you suggest they deal with all of this?
Just be yourself. It's like, I mean, even today, I'm having a bit of a day today where I can feel, I suppose I can feel emotion coming up, because as I'm talking to you, I can still feel stuff like in my heart of what things I'm going through at the moment, because it's always coming up. And I don't like the idea of pretending that we're beyond everything. We need to put across this approach that we're beyond everything, that we're here just as a teacher or just someone helping. Like Tony, a life coach has a life coach. Everyone's, me, it's all about just being honest and being truthful and stop hiding. Like, you know, I could sit there now and think I could see like some of my body language is a bit like that. Well, that's how I feel today.
So what?
So what's the point of me putting on like an act of like, hey, that's not being truthful. I want people to be truthful. I want people, if they, if they feel, whatever they feel, just express it. And it doesn't, but don't always, you know, how people are going to respond to you. They might get annoyed, but that doesn't matter. You've got to express how you've got to express. You're expressing yourself, or letting out your stuff may bring a reflection of a load of attacks at you, or may bring whatever, but that's the echo. That's the bit that you've got to try and get through. They're there to help you feel even more, you know, like we've had ourselves, and we've had it with each other, like when we've reflected that feeling of self-worth in each other, and you need to go into it sometimes. And the reason someone's doing it to you, because a part of you is on a subconscious level is obviously wanting it from them, for you to dip that low. It's like sometimes you need to go really low to come out of it, and everyone around you will do that for you. As much as at the time you think, how can you do that? How can you make me feel like that? Well, they can only reflect what a part of you is feeling like and wanting, and it's almost like it gets louder and louder and louder until you completely let go. Which I know, for example, yourself, I know you went through that big time earlier in it, like the end of last year and the beginning of this year, and like, but the shift is massively obvious to people who know you.
Thank you. Basically, because we're all mirrors and teachers.
Yeah.
We're all reflecting. But isn't it the synchronicity beautiful today? That I wanted to see you. I wanted to see the real Paul McDonald, the real person without any masks. And that's what's coming through. And that's beautiful to say, because it's so important. But where do you think you picked it all up? I mean, you weren't born to think, oh, I'm not good enough, I'm not manly enough, I'm not whatever. And it's like people from the outside, they see you as this gorgeous being, this really talented, amazing man. From the out, we can see you like that. We see you as this really positive, this really intelligent being that is put together with Cecile, this beautiful positive space that we can come into, as you say, how grateful I am, a place to express all my grief, and where I was just picked up the floor. Why can't we see ourselves as that person? Who told us that we're not amazing? What do you think? Where do you think that comes from?
I don't know. It's just sort of, do you know what? It's what I've been like asking myself, to be quite honest.
You weren't born like that. So what messages did you pick up?
I don't know.
Who gives you these? I mean, when you think about it.
I've always, from the minute I can remember, from the moment I can remember, I've always been strangely, well, I can only speak for myself because I don't know other people's minds, obsessively thinking. It is like, so for me, like I was born like that. For me, I can never remember feeling I can never ever remember feeling content. There was always a wanting to do something. There was always, I don't know, I don't even know how to explain the feeling. It was obviously like a precursor to do what I'm doing now. And not that I advocate what I'm saying right now, but sometimes maybe something is there, a discomfort is in there to create change. I was reading this book called E.T. Explore Race, and it was talking about in this book about using discomfort as an impetus for change. And it makes sense. And if, for example, there's various people I know who have had discomforts in their life, or they've had issues inside of them, and because of that, it's made them go into doing and learning and going and getting into all sorts. I mean, one bloke is into many different things, real highly intellectual things. He does all sorts. I won't say what, but he does all sorts, where he's helping a lot of people, where he's all sorts to do with helping people, to do with an expert and a sport, to all sorts of stuff. And he's done that. He's learned all them things because he's had to find something to help him maybe mask or put aside or repress certain things he does. But if you were to look at it on a bigger picture, outside of himself, everything that he's done, how that's helped other people, and it's almost like these discomforts have helped him do stuff that's helped other people. But if he didn't have them discomforts there, he maybe have just stuck with being happy sitting there in a garden, doing nothing. So it's almost, if you look at things on a broader, or whatever the word, a wider, broader scale, I can't think of the word I'm trying to use. It's almost like how negatives and positives serve each other sometimes.
Mm-hmm. You're saying, in a way, you're saying that everything we go through molds us.
Yeah.
Makes us into that person that we need to be now in the awakening.
I mean, for me, for example, I've tried loads of different modalities of healing, and then some of them will work, some won't, and then I always think, we are going to the allotments, Cecile Summer with.
Hang on a second. I can carry on.
So I can't remember where I was at.
Well, we were saying that everything molds us. Everything you've been through, all the difficult experience that we go through, it molds us into the person we are, because we're coming into a new consciousness, and only certain people will be able to go with us. And I think we've got to go through certain things in life to wake up.
It's like,
or without that, I don't think you can, unless you were born awake.
Well, I sit there and think that I wanted a centre that can help people, but I want to help people in many different ways, and I don't think there's one set way for one person. And I never like routine, because I don't think routine helps an individual. And I think people either need to go in themselves and really work on themselves using their own intuitive nature, which goes on to the stuff I do, or there needs to be many different ways. I don't believe you should just have one way of following things, but some people might like to. So I've been watching people for years. I watch stuff online. I watch how other therapists do things. I try and look at things, and I try and look at, well, it works for that, but then I look purposely for flaws in things, because I want to question how things work, and if there's the positive of it, but I want to look for the negatives, because there always is going to be opposites of stuff. And some people could say, oh, you shouldn't do that, but I think it served me. So my thinking, analytical mind, which cursed me a lot when I was younger, has served me for what I'm doing now, because it's made me look at every aspect of something. Like, does it work? Where doesn't it work? How doesn't it work? What's the negative knock-on effect? So I'm trying to work out, like, the best forms of healing, how it works, where it could go wrong. But so it's helped me decipher and find a broad range of different healing techniques and different methods and different stuff. So if one thing don't work, another approach works.
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
And the centre that we've got, which is a holistic healing centre, I want it to come from that angle. Like, I want to have the different people there doing different things. Some people come in, for example, we get people what I call yogis, yoginis. A lot of the yoga women, they'll come in, or we'll have shamanic people. We'll have the goddess women who come in and they like to do things that are very feminine or orchestrated. Or you'll have people who do Reiki, or people life coaches, or people into food health, people into corporate life coaching. So you'll have so many different types, and sometimes you have to learn to almost mimic them all to be able to talk on their level. Otherwise, it's no good when you've got someone who's coming from a corporate background and I start talking about the airy, fairy, angelic side of things. Because healers, you've got so many different types of healing. You've got your clinical NLP type of healer. You've got your new age angel energy healer. You've got the shamanic healer who relies on Mother Earth and Mother Nature. They're all, if you look into it all, it's all exactly the same thing. It's just being issued or being formulated or orchestrated in a particular way to suit a particular mindset. You've got very earthy people. You've got very mind-orientated people. As we were talking with Mick yesterday, some people you have to approach from a mental, logical point of view. Some people you have to approach from a purely energetic point of view, or some people from a very heart space. So there's so many different ways of attacking inner demons. Some people are very restricted. So you've got a nice, a light approach of soothing music and just safety. Other people, they want details. They want to know how to understand something logically, whereas some people like just feeling through intuition.
But it's people, sorry to stop you there.
Yeah.
Because some people need tough love, as we know. But some people, tough love actually works really well.
Yeah.
But we're all different, and as you say, but it's really interesting that with this new awakening, people are coming together regardless of their healing modalities.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're saying, but people seem to be connecting this huge light that has come onto the planet. This new consciousness is people with different modalities, different healing types. They're all coming together. It's kind of like dark against light. Do you understand what I mean? They're not, because it's like we have this one focus that we want to take away something that isn't good for us. So we've all come together, and a lot of our issues, like even between us, issues have gone. Because people are connecting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
In such a big way. We know we have to do that in order to save our planet and humanity. We've let go of a lot of the issues.
I suppose we've let go of a lot of issues inside ourselves. Like stuff that, I don't know. Let's use us as a friendship, for example. Certain things which I may trigger you or you may trigger me, we're having to let go of them because they were things to do with self-worth, or am I good enough, or someone, whatever, needing attention and all that, and we sort of help each other get over it until it's gone. They're slowly fading away, thankfully. There's obviously still stuff there. We've got a long way to go of deep conditioning and traumas, whatever our disharmonics in us still bring up. But,
sorry. So we're talking about your work at the Positivity Center, but I just want to go back again a little bit, because as I say, this is what fascinates me, is When was your first spiritual experience? Can you actually recall that? Can you go back and recall when you would say the shift happened? Because we all have a shift.
It's funny you say that.
Mm.
I remember as a kid, I'd watch. Right, I need to readdress it. When I started getting into, I remember I had a stage where I got into Hinduism, and that was after I stopped the drugs and things. Or was it? I can't remember now. But anyway, there was a point where I got into Hinduism, and that got me into Krishna, and I was coming at spirituality from a religious point of view. And I remember I had these amazing meditations on Krishna. They were like, I remember having feelings of expansion and feeling like I was everything and nothing at the same time. Literally felt like I was universes. I could feel I was the size of universes. I can't
Can I
explain.
just ask, sorry, Paul, was this before you gave up?
No, this was
when you were younger?
No, because I was doing I was mixing both at the same time, so it wasn't.
Okay.
I thought it was, but it wasn't. And that was when I was about. Well, Shannon, my daughter's 17 and I'm 38, so she was about 3 years old. What, about 23, maybe 22, 23, 24, around that age. And I had that. I remember I was in my bedroom, and I remember having one real strong Kundalini awakening, and it was just before I had a driving lesson. And yeah, that one good. I didn't bring myself back down again. Went out into a driving lesson, span out into the universe. And,
Bang bang.
yeah, it was cool. But it was more the one where I had this expanse feeling. But that wasn't the first time I had it. It was when I had it afterwards. I sat there and I thought, I knew I've had this feeling before, and I remembered that I used to feel that. But I didn't realise it was a spiritual experience. I remember when I was must have been about. Seven or eight, or not, between 7 and 10, maybe 6 and 10. I would watch Star Wars, and then I would go upstairs, and I remember I would like close my eyes, and it was the end of Star Wars. You know, at the end of, or the beginning, the end of Star Wars, where you've got space when you've got the lines going through it, like time, warp speed sort of lines. And at the end, it used to move up like that with the credits, like it was in space. And I remember I wanted to sort of mimic that. And I remember I'd close my eyes and I would see something like that with my eyes. And then I would push lightly on my eyes and I'd start seeing all these, it was like blackness, but then there would be these white little flicks.
Yeah, I did that.
Shapes and lines.
Yeah.
And then
you don't understand when you close your eyes. How can you actually see it?
Yeah, it was strange. And I remember I would then go under the cover and I'd put myself in complete blackness and I was meditating. I was just concentrating on the blackness that I could in my eyes. Or that I could see nothing. I would concentrate on just that. And I remember having that feeling back when I was about 6 or so. I was having these expanded states of consciousness at the age of 7 years old without realizing what. And I remember having this sort of like whoop feeling that you get when you're asleep. Sometimes you get that feeling where you feel like you've dropped.
Yeah.
And it would make me. I remember thinking, "Whoa, I feel a bit weird," or I felt dizzy or disorientated, but not knowing what I was doing.
So that was probably
the
first. It's really strange you should say that, because as a child I used to do that a lot, and I kept seeing beautiful colors and shapes and patterns, and I kept thinking, well, how can I see them? My eyes are closed. And so, but I never, related to it the same way as you did. I just saw colors and things.
I just remember thinking there was some connection between wanting this about Star Wars and space. I remember having experiences where I would sit there and think, what's, like we've got God, God's created everything, and then I'd think, well, who created God? And I'd really, and I'd really feel into it. And I remember it was like, whoa, I'd freak out. I have a bit of a panic attack because it was so strange. And I remember thinking, well, like, what created life? Well, what was before life? And then I had that sort of really lucid feeling where it's almost like I questioned myself out of this matrix of what I don't use matrix in the terms of like this system. I mean matrix in the terms of the life illusion. It's almost like I jumped outside of that safety net of general life of going along, and I remember I think, whoa, what is life? What's outside the planet? Space. Well, what's space inside of? And it would be like, you know, when you really feel that thought, what's inside, you know, it really opens your mind up. I think that is maybe sort of where a lot of things started. Now I look back, because once you have them sort of realizations or them sort of moments, you can't go back. You open up something. I'm not sure what. You open some sort of thought process up, or subconscious thought process up, or whatever we are. You expand some sort of state of awareness in you just from that one thought, and then it's always there. And then I suppose it makes you question everything then.
So obviously you couldn't talk to your friends about this.
It was more, I'd have it in like moments where I'd be sat. I always remember I'd be sat in a certain seat. I remember being sat in my, you know, like when you have your designated seat with your mum and dad in your house, that they have. It'd be my mum's seat when she wasn't there, or I remember being sat there, and just remember being sat in my mum's chair and having that experience, thinking, who created God, or what's outside of space? You know, where does that stop? Freak out. And I don't know why it freaked me out. That's one thing I'm curious, why it freaked me out. Why does that freak us out when we get to something where we go, why do we freak out?
Why do you think so?
I don't know. It's almost like because you lose an identity thing. And I think,
even as a child, why would it freak you out as a child when you start to get these experiences? Because you can't analyze it the same way as you could as an adult, but then you just have to go on Facebook now and you can join a group. What could you do when you were that age? You know,
exactly.
Difficult, was it? It was different then, wasn't it?
Just left with it in my own head. It's not something. Yeah. It wasn't at that age. I didn't like sort of go out and really talk about it. But then I remember like stuff like supernatural stuff, like ghost stories and things being really like mysterious. And then now, you know, I got to a stage where I started going into mediumship stuff, and it's almost like I look back now and think, why did I ever find that scary? Or most people believe in stuff like that, but they believe in it from a very it's almost like an internal knowing, but then they won't look into it anymore. They won't. How would you explain it? Everyone believes in ghosts, or most people believe in ghosts, but they're more from a mysterious humour, or I can't explain it. They believe into it until it really gets into it, and then they go, oh no, it's rubbish. But everyone has an inkling. It's a bit like when people get close to death's doorstep and then they'll believe in God then. As if there's a slight bit of belief in people, even if they don't believe in stuff, there's some dormant bit in them that does know that there's more.
Okay, so what do you believe happens when you die?
What do I believe happens when you die?
Yeah.
You're not just this body, are you? You can't be.
Do you believe this inside? Is there anything that you can
prove it?
That you believe, not that you just think or other people have told you?
No, it's more of a case of when you have experiences of like, for example, when I got into mediumship stuff, I used to be into a mediumship circle or self-development circle to do with psychic awareness or telepathic stuff, and exercising that's what you do when you're in the circle. You focus on exercising it, getting yourself more receptive, more sensitive to feeling stuff through self-awareness, through meditation, through journeying, through asking the tougher questions, it's almost like self-awareness exercises stroke, what do they do in scientific labs? Evidence tests. So you'll be testing each other through stuff, asking questions. For example, I remember doing an open platform once where you go up and you sort of try mediumship. And I remember saying to a woman, "Oh, you was in London at a birthday and you fell. It was near Trafalgar Square." I said, "And you had an accident. You sort of twisted your ankle because you was wearing these big high heels." And she said, "Yeah." And another time with Cecile's, my partner's friends in France, I gave him a reading, and I remember telling him stuff about a fight he had with his best friend when he was younger, something to do with his nan, a particular mirror he had in his house, or loads of different stuff. And it was all true. And it was more of a test at the time, just to see how it works. And it wasn't, I've never been so bothered like, look what I can do. It was more to get them to realise that it's possible. And yeah, so you sort of got to ask yourself, well, how do I know that? If I'm part of this physical body, how do I know, or how can I dip into something that happened to this bloke when he was younger? Or, for example, my mum, she had an experience, I can't remember what time it was when the Olympics were on a few years ago.
Tell us about that.
She experienced she watched something that wasn't on until live 2 days later. 3 hours of TV. She sat up all at night watching it. Told my dad the next day that the blonde woman won on the Olympics. And my dad went on to tell her it couldn't have. It ain't on until live tomorrow. And she says, well, I bloody watched it. And anyway, the next day or 2 days later, they watched it live. And my mum ended up commentating moment by moment the next 3 hours before it happened. So how can I pick up on something?
Sorry, that's like time travel.
Yeah, but it's outside of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's outside of you. Like you're picking up on stuff outside of you that's not you, that's not in your physical body. You know, you're witnessing and picking up. Or, for example, you would talk to someone about someone who's passed away, and you talk about certain ailments or certain feelings or things that the person had wrong with them. And you know it because you get given the feeling to feel yourself very slightly, or you'll get a slightly heady feeling. You'll think, oh, the person had they suffered with headaches, for example, or extreme headaches. You could be willy-nilly and say, well, everyone does, but it would be stuff that was very prominent, like someone who would suffer with a particular thing often. So you'd put that across to them, and then they'd end up saying, yeah. Well, how do you know that?
Basically, your clairsentience, because you feel. But the thing is, you're an empath and your clairsentience. How does it make you feel when you know all this incredible stuff and people can't take it on board? It must really frustrate you.
I suppose that's been part of the thing, really. Part of the I don't like using the word problem, but I suppose in the past that's been part of the problem, and even to a degree now, it can be like that. For example, I remember having one morning where I felt absolutely rubbish. I felt terrible, and I remember saying to my partner, I want to get up. I mean, luckily she knows what I'm about and what I do. She sort of rides along with it. I remember saying to her one morning, "Oh, get away from me!" And I just said to her, she was sat opposite me, and I said, "I just want to push you and push you and push you away." I mean, that's a negative experience in a way, perceived negative. And I remember saying to her, I want to push you, and I want to just keep pushing you away, like pushing. And then like half hour later, my brother phones up and says that his girlfriend's just give birth. So what happens when you're giving birth? The mum really just wants to push that baby out. Or I had it where I felt terrible, really terrible, and then I was told that my mum and dad said their dog had died. And it's just, I mean, people could say, oh, well, he could say that for anything, but I've had it where I remember a particular day saying, oh, I felt really trapped, really trapped inside myself. It was a suffocating feeling, and someone went on, I don't have a TV, so I don't watch the news, and I don't want to. A friend of mine told me, oh, well, a load of Chinese people were in a lorry. They stuck in a lorry, suffocated. So it's almost like you get, the more you connect yourself or become aware of your connection with everything, the more you feel everything. But then consciousness is a broad thing. Like I said, if I picked up from stuff in the past, my mum's picked up from stuff in the future, then that goes to show that future at some level already exists because she's experienced it before it happened. And that goes to say, well, if stuff in the future has already happened, and my mum's picked up on it through a visual element and watched it visually, who's to say you can't pick up and experience the sensation and feelings of things before they happen? So sometimes you experience stuff that have got nothing to do with your direct life, yet you're experiencing it, but then you'll sit there and you may associate that feeling with something that's going on in your life.
Because we're all connected.
Yeah.
Basically connected. And I mean, I've had experiences like that. I knew my mum had died. It was very strange. I just did an audition for Britain's Got Talent, I think, and for some, I sang You'll Never Walk Alone, which was my mum's favourite song. And then I walked out of there, and I just knew my mum died. I knew.
Yeah.
And my husband called me and said, Mum just died. It's like, I know what you mean. You pick stuff up, you feel a bit, because you're an empath and because we're all so connected. So it's very interesting what you said about people do get that. You know, we can't control the emotions that we get. So if you feel when you're around Cecile, or if anybody is around someone, I don't want to be here, I don't want them here, I want to push them away, something's coming up, they're mirroring, they're showing you something as well about yourself that you can't deal with. Maybe they're trying to wake something up inside you.
Yeah.
So
sometimes
how do you use that for people? As I say, a lot of people who are waking up are going to start feeling triggered all over the place. I mean, look at it. Look at what the news is throwing at them. There's confusion. Everything's coming up at the same time. So what would be your advice to people, newly awakened people that are getting triggered all over the place? Because you and I know how that feels. I know how I deal with it. How do you deal with it?
Going back to what I started talking about earlier, I suppose, using modalities, but me, I'm all about like using your own. Like your body knows how you need to deal with something. Your body's got its own sort of conscious intelligence. It knows how to get you out of something, but you've got to ask it. It's almost like it's a lesson for you, and it's a lesson for you to go through to experience how you're going to deal with something, and it won't help you until you've decided you want that help, because it's a lesson, and it is a lesson about how you're going to react to something. It must be, because I can't see evolution quite being the case, because if the future's already happened, there's nothing to evolve to. So it's almost like you're not going to really change anything, but you can change. with the future's already happened, how can you change it? But you can change your perception of things. It's such a vast thing. Once you start getting into consciousness, it's deep land. But just from that one aspect, I mean, this isn't the absolute truth what I'm saying, because there's a whole other different areas or ways of looking at it. But for example, if something's already happened and you can't, it's going to happen the way it's going to happen. You can't change how it's going to happen, but you can change how you perceive it, and by changing it and how you feel and experience it. So for example, I'm having a certain thing happen. I call it like an echo in time, basically. That's always going to happen, but each time you sort of deal with it in a different way. So for example, something comes up which triggers a certain feeling in me, and which my neurology knows that particular feeling and links that with other past stuff, then I'll start going into a whole extreme of all different experiences, and it will all get out of hand. Oh, feelings of self, everything, any memory or anything related to that particular negative feeling will start shooting off in my head. And then it becomes a whole load of different stuff. And then I start attaching that to do with all stories in my head. But that's when you start going into your head, into thought patterns. So the best way is to get out of that is to go into the moment. And the best way to go into the moment for me is almost like an internal NLP in the basis of like neuro-linguistic programming, which is you stop that neural pathway before it like goes crazy. And the best way to do that,
is that where your music comes in?
For me, yeah, because music, when I do music, I'm so in the music, I'm not thinking anymore. It's just purely about feeling. And then I can also, if I've got a negative feeling, I channel that into the music. And then by channeling it into the music, I sort of not only stop that particular feeling, I use it to feed. It's almost like energy's energy, and I'll use that emotion to feed whatever music I'm creating. And I always have it in my head that whatever I'm creating is positive. So even if I'm having a negative feeling, it's going to be used to create a positive outcome.
Yeah. So is that the answer, Paul, to find your talents and your creativity, to be able to deal with these blocks and
a lot of the blocks
or these emotional things?
Yeah, I'm butting in, didn't I? It almost comes like full circle. It's like the very things that give you your issues are the very thing that you use to get out the issues, which is all about self-expression. It's basically we're learning to completely express and embody our absolute pure being, which is when in present moment being is being yourself and expressing yourself exactly how you need to in the most productive, positive way possible. And if you don't do that, you feel stagnant. And then because you feel stagnant, you're resentful. Then you get annoyed at people. Then you project it because maybe people who do that. And you'll feel jealous. Then you'll feel upset because and then it goes down. It just goes in a vicious circle. So be yourself as much as possible, and which then goes on to what it is I do with being yourself. The whole idea of what I do is sort of getting people to go into their intuition, to learn about themselves, to feel what they feel inside, to let up all of the rubbish that isn't them, which has created blocks in them. And once they let that out, then it almost sort of, as they let the stuff that's blocking them, it's almost like their real self is tethered behind it, and that comes through afterwards. So they unblock all of that stuff, all that stagnancy, all that conditioning, all that repression. Then the real them can come through. But then you've got to work on. Then they may have like embarrassments, they may have fears. So it's about getting them back into their body, out of their head, which is saying and thinking fear, thinking embarrassment, thinking about, oh, what about this, what about that. Stay in your body, stay in your breath, get out of your mind and just express and feel and be and do. And then the more they nourish that, the more they tend to that, the more they strengthen and empower that until it becomes a natural thing to be themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, what I love about your work is it's very similar to the way I work, as you say, because people are different and everyone needs something different. So you have the music, which is part of an aspect that you work with, and then you work with light and sound and vibrations. But I love when you combine everything together and you do your medicine man thing that I call, your shaman thing, where you literally heal using the light, the sound, the vibrations, the singing. You go up and down the chakras, and it's just an incredible experience. But so how do you feel about using that with people, different types of people? How can you use all those incredible skills and talents? Because as we say, different people are different and unique. And so how can you, the word I'm looking for is, how can you create something that is going to be effective for everyone, but maybe in a different way? Do you know what I mean? Like,
when I'm
tailor it. How can you tailor it?
Well, this is
That's what I'm trying to ask.
This is exactly what my whole emphasis of tailoring and intuition. With people, when you're, I don't want to teach, I want to hold space for allowing people to find their own technique. So it's about, and I call it biodynamics. I've sort of labelled it and called it. It's like the word
biodynamics. Did you say?
Biodynamics. It's a bit of a word
What
play.
does that mean?
A bit of a word play of bio. Which you've got, bio means life. You know when you've got biology, biochemical, biophysical, like everything comes under that term bio. And bio means life, basically. And to me, life stands for, the LIFE. For me, is logical, intuitive information for everyone. Logical and intuitive, because they've both got, the yin yang. They've both got their for everyone, and everyone's got it within them. So my whole emphasis is to get people into exploring and becoming aware of their own self modalities, which is the whole process of it. Everyone's got it in them. Everyone's connected to the same source. Everyone's got that intelligence, that consciousness in them. So everyone's got their own way of doing things. And that was for years. I wasn't happy with anything, because I thought, I don't like that. I don't want to do that because I don't just like doing that. I'll read a book and think, loads of people I know, they'll read a book and then they can't match everything in that book, and they'll get frustrated and think there's something wrong with them. And then they'll get onto another book and do the same thing and think, well, maybe you're supposed to just take a little bit from that book, a little bit from that, a little bit from that person, because that's what you need. Because you're not just that. You're not their story. When someone shares, if I was to share a book called Biodynamics by Paul McDonald, that's not going to resonate with everyone. Because that's as a whole thing, that's my thing. But I'm going to share that to inspire other people. But then they may take 2 pages out of it, which they need. They may take 2 pages out of a Tony Robbins book, 2 pages out of an inspiration from your material. And that, what's the book you're in?
To stay sane. Oh, sorry, Simply Amazing.
Simply Amazing. That's the one. Let's plug it. again.
They sell it at the shop. Don't worry, I already told people.
I'll tell them again. So people like,
Chapter 8.
but that way you're formulating. That's what we all do. We take little bits of information, take stuff, and we accumulate our own belief system. And it is our belief system. You could say it could be others, but you're taking a reflection of what you believe. But you don't have to be everything. You don't have to resonate completely everything with like Mooji or with Dr. Wayne Dyer or this and that. You've been inspired to what you get inspired with, and anything outside of that isn't meant for you, and there's nothing wrong with that. You need to find you're okay with what you want, and don't think you've got to be this person or be that structure. It's basically about helping people find their own sort of self-tailoring.
So you basically see people holistically. You're looking at their mind, their body, their spirit, their stress levels, their past. When they can see you, because your intuition is so strong, you probably already see them and you think, oh, I know what that person needs. I know, because you've got such a strong intuition already.
This is the thing with like there's stuff I want to do on group level, which is the biodynamic stuff, which are group classes, but that's different. That's a group thing. We can do one-to-one. But when it comes to like a hands-on therapy or session, it's always completely different. And I always like the idea. I don't like going with a set modality because that isn't always good. I want to be completely present with what consciousness needs at that time and moment. And you can't get any more focused and stronger than the conscious flow and needs of what the person needs at that particular time. And if you stay open, I've practiced and got certifications in Reiki and other things, but they may need more than that. So I just allow myself over the years to grow open to as many different healing modalities, which my body naturally is capable of doing. And so I allow myself just to be an open reflection of what they need, an open channel of completely what they need, and I won't distinguish, or I won't what's the word I'm using? I won't put anything aside. For example, someone may come in and they're different to the person who came in half an hour ago, and the format would be slightly different. There may be someone who comes in for some healing, and I always ask people, what number do you want? What light do you want? And I ask them to go with their intuition, because their intuition knows what they need.
This is the bed.
Yeah, this is all of it. You've got 3 different sectors. You've got the light, the lucid light. You've got the vibroacoustic therapy bed, and you've got the music that I do and the healing that I do. They're all separate things, but people can have them all together.
It's a water bed. It's a water bed. It's conducive.
Isn't it? You've got the vibroacoustic therapy is basically, like you said, it's a water bed, but it's a heated water bed. So you really penetrate you. I mean, like you said,
it's lovely and warm.
It's lovely, and you've got that floaty feeling. It's almost like a dry flotation tank. It's a dry flotation tank. But it's even more different because you've got the wobble in it. When you're in a tank, you're in the water, but this thing you're on top of the water, so you've got that.
Yeah. Because when you go into flotation tank, you could be, if you're claustrophobic. I can't go in one of those because if you're claustrophobic, it's a bit scary. But when you lie on that bed, you're just in a room and it's wide open, so there's nothing to be worried about. So.
Exactly, and you don't get wet. You don't have to be in the dark, and it's a slightly different feeling as well. And the fact you can't. Well, I suppose you can have vibration in the tank, but it's vibration that's the most important thing. You're getting it's basically, so it's a vibroacoustic table. So you've got a vibroacoustic table where you've got the sound coming through vibration. and the bed is made out of a very acoustic wood that really carries the vibration. Then on top of the bed, you've got a liquid water bed, or liquid water bed. It is liquid. You've got the heated water bed, which they call the liquid sound bed, and that. So you think you're on that bed, it's warm, it's already penetrating the body anyway. It sort of wraps itself around you because you're sinking into it a bit. And then the vibration comes through and it carries that vibration out. That your skin is your biggest organ. It's one big organism all over your body, and it is an organ. So you think every part of your skin is taken in and being penetrated by that particular vibration. And that could be any vibration. That could be for anxiety. That could be for invigoration, because it's the vibration that, in particular, what you need is the main thing. So not only do you feel relaxed through the general vibratory experience, you also get that particular vibration which you've chose. And there's different vibrations. There's different frequencies. Some of them are for confidence. Some are for focus. Some for empowerment. So your body's being penetrated and with that particular frequency of vibration, which is a particular brainwave state.
So, you're in very good company, because President Trump is talking a lot, particularly about light and how healing light can be. So can you explain to us, how does the light and sound work? I mean, why does it work? What's the principle behind it?
It basically works on changing or creating a particular brainwave pattern, a particular brainwave. Like you've got a brainwave state, like you've got Schumann frequency, which is what the Earth resonates at, what they call the Schumann frequency. I can't remember quite what it is. 500 and something, 70.
Yeah, Jordan Safer talks a lot about
and maybe I'm wrong about the particular resonance, but it's easy enough to look it up if you Google it, the Schumann frequency. And the Earth vibrates at that particular frequency, and our hearts should match that particular frequency. But there's so many electrical appliances and things and electromagnetic things going on with phones and with a lot of stuff that we do need to a degree. But as is everything, you've got the negative and positive. And what it's done is it's took us out of our natural vibrational state. Even women who wear high heel shoes, you're not connecting so much with the vibration of the earth. If you're walking barefoot, you feel more connection with the earth because you've got the electromagnetism. You're closer. Your skin has got that. You've got the electronics in your skin. You connect with the earth. And when you look at like deer and animal when they're out in the field, they're so content. We always look at deers and animals and you think, how can they be happy just sat there in a field? Well, because they're not in their head. They're just
cats. You just have to look at them.
Yeah.
Sleep all the time.
Because they're connected. They're out barefoot. More so wild animals, because they're connected barefoot with nature, with the earth. Okay. And then you've got the core of the earth, which is a magnetic part of nature that basically draws them down into the heartbeat.
So it grounds. So basically, you're saying that the light and the sound keeps you more grounded, more connected to the earth.
It can do whatever you
feel better in the body.
Well, it can do whatever you need, really, because it creates particular frequencies. So you can have ones for either focusing, because they've obviously, the person who's created these particular technologies, they've worked out through testing and through experience, I suppose. They've worked out what particular, for example, when someone's focused, that may be a particular frequency. Or when someone's more receptive, that's a hypnagogic state. And a hypnagogic state, I think, don't hold me on this, is it may be the theta state. You've got alpha, theta.
All right. So you go into trance in some way, and then the body can relax a lot more. So what conditions can you heal? I'm not saying healing. What conditions can you support with the light and sounds?
Anxiety.
What did you say?
You can help anxiety because you can relax people. The breathing gets more relaxed. The mind slows down. They're in a more relaxed, meditative state where they can just go into their body and get out of their mind, which is a massive thing for some people. Some people who may have insomnia. Insomnia is generally just where the body's holding on to so much stress. They can't sleep because their subconscious is screwing around with them. So again, that's linked with anxiety. It's, I suppose you have anxiety, and then after so much anxiety and stress and depression, you then get insomnia because it affects your subconscious in your sleep. So you can help with that as well because you allow the mind to stop, which takes them into a hypnagogic, relaxed state. I mean, many people, including yourself, fall asleep on the bed because they're that relaxed. Sometimes it's awkward because you have to, obviously, if you've got various people coming after or you've got a time limit, you've got to wake them up. But generally, I'll try and give them like 5 minutes after, as if they do fall asleep. I think I'll let their body really take the nourishment. But then they find that they get better sleep that evening because their body's still in that relaxed state. I think you yourself said the same thing. You've got someone who wanted more focus. This person was a man I know who helps people with logistics, helps people, coaches them on business. And he had a go on it, and he went on a particular setting which was for focus, and he was feeling a bit tired, a bit foggy-headed before he went on it. And it was someone who was actually helping us on a business program. And he went and had a go, and then he come out, and then afterwards he said he felt a lot more sharper, a lot more focused. There's a particular brainwave state for that, which is a very, I don't know if it's stimulating, but it was just a focused one. Then you've got other ones which are good for affirmations, and it was a lady we know. She works for a brand which they sell stuff. They want to sell the brand, so they need to really talk the brand to people, but they need to have a lot of confidence for it. I think she worked, I can't remember what company it was for. It was either something like Arbonne or Tropic or the one with that cactus. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And she wanted to become a manager, and she said, I want to just have more confidence. And she said, I said, is there anything you would like me to say to you? Because it's one for affirmations, which for affirmations is basically you're more receptive, your brain state is more receptive for you for believing something and for creating a certain thought pattern in your head. Hence why it says it's good for affirmations on this particular program. So I asked her, is there anything you want me during, as you're on the bed, your subconscious is going to be more receptive so I can plant seeds. So is there any particular sentence or word you want me to keep suggesting to you? And she said, I want you to keep calling me a diamond manager. I think I went a little bit further than that. I sort of really hyped it up and
You're in trance, basically. Sorry, Paul, you're going into trance.
Yeah.
Of course, the subconscious is going to be to taking on new ideas.
It's the subconscious, which is the overruling thing a lot of the time. Of seeding and rewiring and changing and planting positive stuff in their subconscious, which it did. And I kept saying, you're a diamond manager, see yourself doing this, see yourself feeling this way. I really went into it with her while she was on the light. And I also had the music for this particular one. There's the music I do as well. And the music was a very uplifting, epic type music. You know, the sort of music you get on one of these life coaching videos where it's like just uplifting.
And you compose all of this yourself?
Yeah, I create the music as well, which was sequences.
And you sing?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
The different things, again, a bit like the light, I'll do it for different things. I've got stuff that's for bringing up emotion, stuff that's good for invigoration, stuff that's good for putting you in a real spaced out. Some people just want a spacey experience, something out of this world. So stuff for that. There's some more dense, tense music, which is good for putting people into their fear zone, so they can really go into their fear and get past it. And but they'll only get what they need. I'll only give what they need. And the second will bring about exactly what people need individually.
That was kind of leading to the next question, which we kind of talked about the other day, is because I feel that when I've gone on there in distress last year, you know, when I had a lot of grief and stuff, after the session, I was completely detached. I felt amazing. But then even if I came off the bed and I didn't feel like that, then I know I can deal with it because I know it's healing. So what would you say to someone who is going through mental health issues? Is there a way to prepare them that they may have what you call, like, you know, the Hexmeister thing, where you get side effect, you can get the healing crisis. I'm probably saying it completely wrong. A healing crisis, like when you go, you can have reflexology or acupuncture, and then for a few days later, you may not feel that good because your body's adjusting and everything's coming up. So if you've got, like, as I'm saying, new people who have anxiety or mental health issues, is it possible that they may get a healing crisis after using the bed? And if so, what would you be your suggestion? How do they do it?
Completely possible, because with any healing modality, sometimes you can have something that can be great at the time, but it brings stuff up which needs to come up, that repressed stuff which subconsciously sabotages things. So it's like, you could say, oh, I don't want to go on it then, I'm a bit fearful of that, but do you want subconscious stuff ruling your life, or do you want it up and out the way? It can hurt, but it's a worthy, it's worth going through. And this is where the biodynamic stuff comes into. The biodynamic stuff, for example, it cuts into that, so that would bring stuff up. You'll have hurt. For example, let's not say it always does, but for example, one case, if it brings something up, you're feeling disharmonious, you're not feeling great, you're feeling painful. Well, then you want to channel that negative energy that you may be feeling and transmute it into something positive, and at the same time, you want to change the neurology that's attached to that particular emotion that is brought up. So you're not suppressing it, you're actually using it to feed something creative. And expressive. And what I do is with the biodynamic stuff is basically sound and movement, and just really allowing you to go in the moment. For example, you're not feeling great, so you go into your breath, and then you just ask your body to respond and do whatever it needs to do. And it may be particular movements, it may be this, but don't question it, you just go with it. And we've got an electromagnetic field around the body which they call a biofield, and that's connected. It's different. You've got about 7 of these different fields, and they're all different electromagnetic fields, and they're related to do with different chakras in the body. And if it's come up where you've got issues to do with communication, that would be your throat, for example. So that would be to do you don't communicate enough, or no one listens to you, or you talk too much and but people won't listen. Anything to do with communication issues, that could be stemming from stuff from when you were younger, where someone didn't listen to you when you were 4 years old, and that stuck with you, and then that ends up carrying on a pattern. And then that may be build up and build up and build up, and then when you go on the light or go have a particular healing modality, that brings that up because it needs to come up to be cleared. So you're feeling that particular communication issue. So it may be you need to, for example, to clear that through sound. And you just allow yourself to do it. So the whole idea is you just coach people into allowing their body to move in a way that it just needs to move. You may feel like you need to just go, oh, or do that particular tone. Go with it. It may change. You may feel like doing any type of movement. It may not even be a movement. You may suddenly, as long as you're asking your intuition may say, well, start to, I don't know, draw circles on a piece of paper. Just go and do it. Don't question
Creativity.
Just go and do it. And don't question it. Just go and do it. And then by doing it, you're getting your it's almost like NLP. You're getting your brain out of what the negative thought pattern, but you're not suppressing the emotion. You're actually, it's almost like you're letting it out through the activity, because this is the idea of it. But you're changing the neurological process that attaches to it, because you're focusing it and releasing at the same time. So it's two pluses, two positives. And for example, with I can't remember where I was going with that now.
We were talking about how people could deal with anything that happens after they come off the bed. But I mean, what I love about your work is you really do know what you're talking about. You really research everything. You understand it, and you can really, really explain it. And it's so important, you know.
Funny you say that. Some people, like, sometimes it's people get lost in the science of it all. It's almost like some people may understand the way I put it, but other people may get lost.
I think the way you put it today is actually quite down to earth.
Yeah, and it's almost, it's quite simple, I suppose. I'm just trying to give it the full explanation of it, but it's just go with an intuitive feeling. All the time, if you feel like you want more energy, ask your body to give you what you need for that, and allow your body to respond in whatever way it wants to. But this is where people get stuck, because it may be that they want to sit, their body may want to respond in coming out of real high-pitched noises, but I don't want to do that. What are people going to think of me?
Again, we're coming back to what are people going to think? And we do need to let go of that. That is one of the biggest things we need to let go of, because in order to heal, I remember a couple of weeks ago when this lockdown started, and I decided to sit with myself, and I was meditating, and the first voice that came up was someone in my family, my sister, and it was, oh, why are you doing that? You know, go and get a job, do this, you know, whatever. And I thought, okay, I get it now. It's someone put this into me and kept going on and on and on at me. And I thought, well, no, I'm not interested. I'm just going to put that aside. I have a right to feel my feelings. I have a right to let this come up. This is my life, not their life. And I think that's what you've got to do now. You've got to let it all come up.
You just got to do it. And this is why the centre is, the whole idea is, it's out in the middle of the countryside. We're not in a high street anywhere. We're out in the middle of nowhere. So we've got nature all around us. And in the hall, it really echoes. It really echoes. So you get that good biofeedback. So if you let out something, you get to feel the echo that makes it even stronger. So you really feel what you've let out. And that seems to add to it. And it's a place you can do that. If you've got nowhere where you can't go out in the middle of the field, because that everyone walks their dog, and because at the moment it seems odd, doesn't it, in general society, for someone to be out screaming in the field. You can't do it at home because you don't want to scare your kid or your toddler, because you can't explain to them, because you just can't, because they associate screaming with pain or with being attacked or whatever. So you need somewhere where you can feel safe enough to completely let go. That's what the Positivity Centre is primarily for, is for you to be able to have somewhere where you can release. I don't care what comes out. I want people to release what they need to release. And it's a scream top of their head. Do it.
It's amazing what you're doing. It's a freedom to be able to do that. And to stop you there, but I was also thinking about, if we go back to childhood, when I watch you with Willow, and you let her be herself. You know, as a parent, it's just amazing to be able to let a child be themselves, feel the feelings, because that's your way of human self parenting, I presume.
Well, she certainly does. It was a bit like, again, like we were talking about the other day. She in the middle of the night, she'll scream, she'll wake up, and she will release. And a bit like, again, what Mick was suggesting, because she does it, kids do it more in the middle of the night. They call it night terrors, but it's more they're in more of a you're in a more of a relaxed state. So all that subconscious stuff, all that collective consciousness stuff that we all pick up on, you're filtering it out. And at night, she's in such a relaxed state, it comes up. I think that's what happens. And she releases. I mean, you can't even, the sound is so raw, and she projects it. She purposely, she's doing it to release.
Does she feel better in the morning, do you think, after that?
She feels better straight after she's done it. Straight after, she feels better straight after she's done it. If it be like 2 o'clock in the morning, she'll do it. And sometimes you're like, at the beginning, we panic and think, oh God, something's going on, or she's not well, or, you know, you can even think, oh, she's possessed, because it's that like strong. But it is just they've got their bodies in such a deep sleep, relaxed state. Whatever needs to surface, their body, it needs to come up and come out from the subconscious. That when they're asleep, the subconscious wakes up, and it allows them to click into that place which lets out that repressed subconscious stuff, and the collective consciousness stuff as well, which what we're dipping into more. Not just her stuff, she's filtering out what she's picking up on from the the collective conscious. And if you don't have that releasement, you go mad. I mean, that's what dreams are for. If you don't dream, dreams are there to basically play out fears, play out stuff. You get the dreams where you're running, and because you're feeling that inside. The dream almost gives you some sort of releasement by doing that in the dream. Because we may be stuck in our life, we can't do it. So, but when she does have these episodes afterwards, she has a little cry, because it's a lot of energy, I think, that she's releasing.
It's scary for her.
It's not comfortable, but she lets it out. And there's no point stopping that. Why do I want to block that? Or why do I want to tell her, don't do that? Because I'm the creator. I'm the creator of a repressed problem, and she will repair emotions.
Yeah.
Why not do it? Let it come out. If it's when you sit there, and when you like, I went out in the field recently, and I let out a lot. It was a very windy day, and I thought, I'm just, because we got a private field on the land, so I can do that. And I go right to the end, and I'm only facing the trees, so no one can hear, and the sound directed at the trees. The trees soak it all up, and they do what's best with it, because they're nature. But I really let out every gut raw emotion I can let out. Sometimes it sounds like a war cry, or it sounds like I'm being murdered, and I can really feel into everything and let it out. And sometimes it just won't stop, and I sit there and think, there's so much there that I'm hearing when I let it out. Where am I holding that in my body before I let it out? And if you don't let that out, that's a lot. Because afterwards you feel exhausted, so you've expelled so much energy. If I'm not expelling that, where the hell is that going in my body? So every single person that can't go out and expel that energy that they take in, they get irritated at work all day, their boss will annoy them, they'll feel annoyed because they're not happy with what they're doing, because they're repressed, they're not happy with this, and they hold it all in. That's going to end up manifesting as a heart problem, or this problem or that problem, because it's energy, and we're made up of energy. We're energy beings. Our cells are just energy. Atoms that we are made up of are just energy. And if you hold all that energy in, and that's not coming out, and you don't have any way of letting it out, I mean, what is that going to do? What effect is that going to have on the body?
Exactly.
What effect is that going to have in the atmosphere in the house? An atmosphere, that the words say, oh, atoms, sphere, circle, radiance. If you're in your house and you're feeling that much energy inside you, you're going to some degree, your electromagnetic field of your body is going to resonate that energy, and then people in the house are going to pick up on it, and then they'll reflect it back. And then you won't like what they're reflecting back at you, for you to feel, to notice it. And unless you notice it, you're just going to keep getting it reflected at you, and then you're going to affect everyone around you. They're going to affect you, and it's just going to become a mess, because everyone's repressing stuff because they're too scared of what people will think. It needs to be released. We need to express ourselves. It's all about letting go and letting out. It's either releasing what you've got in you, which is stagnant energy, repressed stuff, emotions that need to come out, and also releasing and expressing your natural gifts. Both of them, if you don't release them or you don't express it, you're screwed.
Mm.
Well, you're screwing yourself. You
But
literally are.
this is what you're bringing together at the Positivity Centre.
Yeah, we're basically a
You're not
space
there
where
to do it in a
people,
safe way.
a space where people can release years worth of stagnant rubbish which they've stored up in their, they're everywhere. You can release it, to learn about it, to learn about how the different chakras, how the different energy points, how the different organs, how everything's interconnected, and how repressed stuff affects the body. So they're learning, they can come to release, and they can also come and learn how to be themselves and express themselves.
And you know what, Paul, also what I love about this is you're a multi-dimensional human being, or you're a multi-dimensional being like I am. You can't be stuck in just one thing or another. When you're called to do your music, you do your music. When you're called to do the healing, you do the healing. And the same, everyone needs to tap into themselves and find out what it is that puts them together. You know, you don't have to be stuck in one thing or another. And I really do. I feel that that's the beauty of it, is you've brought it all to one space in the Positivity Centre. People can even go there once the lockdown is over, and they can have the best ever old chocolates and, you know, things like that, and buy these good. I was showing before the crystals that you sell, and all the beautiful things, of course. Simply amazing. There we go again. Chapter 8, and the cards, and you know, it's also a really good place to meet people. I've made some extraordinary friends through your.
But this is the thing, yeah. You've got like-minded people that support you in doing it, and we've got the library as well, which is, I can't remember the name of the lovely fella. You might know him, the bald bloke who goes to Janine's Mind Body Spirit fairs.
Oh, Doug Buckingham?
No, another chap,
Sam?
Nigel. A tall chap. Anyway, there's a lovely chap who donated loads of books to us, all different holistic health, alternative health, natural alternatives, I won't say alternative, integrative stuff, because they should all be integrated together.
Mm-hmm.
Even aspects of mainstream, they need to be acknowledged that they do work, but you need to be holistic. And the library is basically all of that. And there's so many different things to different like types of people, shamanic minded people, life coaches. There's so much for people that they can come and look at. Come and sit in the cafe once this is all over. Come and have a drink, meet like-minded people. If there's nothing going on in the hall, go in there, dance if you need to dance, shout if you need to shout, let it out, do whatever you need to do. Or booking a therapy on the bed, hypnagogic light. It's all there basically. We've got everything there to help people be themselves, to let go. I sort of break it down. You've got we offer pre-medicinal services, which is like the biodynamic sort of stuff, where you're helping people be themselves so they don't get in a disharmonious state. But then we've also got the stuff there, which is the therapies and the treatments to help people who are already past that, people who need to release stuff. So you've got pre-medicinal activities and post-medicinal treatments to help people get into a place where they can then start to incorporate the pre-medicinal activities to stop them getting disharmonious again, to allow them to keep their body free-flowing, their expression free-flowing on a holistic scale, emotionally, mentally, physically, which is for the yoga, the meditation for the mind and the emotions. But then again, it all dips into every other one, which is holistic.
Exactly. This has been an extraordinary interview. so much. So it's such exciting stuff, and I can see you becoming more and more relaxed, which is great. Just before we go, I want you to touch on another really strong aspect of you and what you believe in, and that is about extraterrestrial light beings and aliens, because you seem to do a lot of research around that. I know you've been reading Shapiro's book about that. So can you just tell us a little bit about that? What are your beliefs around extraterrestrials and light beings?
I believe, or everything is light. We're light beings, and I believe we live on a planet in the middle of space. We live on. It's almost laughable to think there is another life. For example, it's like
Rock from the sun.
yeah, well, you've got we're at one solar system in a galaxy. You've got thousands of solar systems in one galaxy, and then you've got, well, I say thousands. You've got a hell of a lot of solar systems, hundreds of thousands in one galaxy. And you've got hundreds and thousands of galaxies in a universe. And then you've got multiverses. I mean, it's just, space is infinite. You've got suns that make our sun look like a marble in other galaxies. That just goes to show you the extremes and size of how big and expansive existence and life is outside of this bloody planet. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. And to say there's not life out there, it would just be silly. And I think this planet come about through explosions, come about through flying things out in space that formed what we are. So we are going to have our DNA, the very makeup of this planet, is going to have attributes and ingredients from all over the cosmos. And I think even though there's stuff outside, we're a reflection of that as well. And I think in our DNA, we hold so many different aspects of other beings and other intelligences. We hold that within us. And I think the more you become aware of your consciousness, the more you're becoming aware of your connection with the consciousness throughout time and space and the cosmos, and you're dipping into into that within your DNA. And so some people say that they're channeling extraterrestrial life. I think you are, but it's in you as well, because you've got aspects of what was out of space in you. We are space dust.
Yeah.
Planet space dust.
Space dust, I love it. So what happens here? I mean, just to finish the interview, it sounds like you basically do everything. You do loads of things, you know, and it sounds so exciting. You've got a wide experience of different types of healing, music, all sorts of stuff that you're bringing together into the Positivity Center. Is there anything yet that you haven't done that you still want to do? Because you'll do it, obviously. What is there anything yet that you don't feel that you've tapped into yet that you're still looking?
It's more of a case of how I want a place to evolve. Like, I like the whole idea of making general life a healing activity, or to just, how would you put it? Like, I love the whole idea of just having, like, my idea of a positivity centre, what I really want, if I had the time and the money and the space and the grounds and the buildings and the tools, would be to have a place where everything is going on, where there's a dance area with different time-located different genres of music, you know, to suit different people, so they know at a particular time they can go and they've got that going on. Meditation area, an art area, making music area, Tai Chi area, or just gardening, learning, or everything going on. And you could say, well, that's life, that happens, that's a high street, for example, but this particular place is everything is coming from, with the emphasis of really mindful really loving, really cooperating with each other. So it's almost getting everything good and bringing it in one place.
Sorry, do you mean like some kind of living commune where everything's available all the time?
Yeah, everything's available all the time. It's
Yeah.
like, why do I need to wait once a month to and I can dance at home. I can put music on and dance at home, but I want somewhere where I can go and dance with other people. That I could like. I don't want to wait until a Friday night. I don't want to wait until a Saturday. And why is it always at night? There's a great thing called Morning Gloryville, which they do morning raves in London. But even that, they're like once a month, for example. I'm not quite sure how often. It needs to be able to somewhere where you can go all the time. It'd be nice to have somewhere where you could say, I want to go and do that today. And I know there's going to be like-minded people that are there completely moving and expressing themselves how they want. Or I want to go to a cacao ceremony that's constantly going on. I want a place where I can go where there's constantly going on, it's constantly available. Or the art, somewhere where I can go and do art and the equipment's all there, where I can just do it whenever I want. Shouldn't have to have time zones for it. There should be somewhere where you can do it all the time.
Exactly.
You
And
should have that
sorry, go on.
You should have that availability and freedom.
Yes. But what about, do you ever offer like, because sometimes, I mean, I personally feel that it's nice to be able to offer all the services to everyone. And I'm hoping that once the awakening means that people will be able to do whatever they want with their lives, and that to a certain extent, yes, money is a good thing, but that there would be more equality in that way. So how would you feel about that? Do you offer anything on donation? I know you do offer on donations, and you do marketing like that occasionally. But if
I used to, and no one really. We used to have a healing, but no one used to come. It was almost like people, unless it was paid for, they didn't see there was any worth in it. And I see that as a thing in the future more, but I think there's a long time until we're going to get to that, because we're having to move from one system to another, and what's happening at the moment maybe is a precursor to that. With this lockdown, things are going to change drastically. People's lifestyles have changed drastically. Everything's changed drastically. The economy and money, everything's changed. But I still think it's not quite there at the moment. I don't know how it's going to get there. I think for me, my personal focus for me right now is I'm sort of sticking to just change in ways I can change at the moment. I love the whole non-monetary system, but at the moment I have to having to work in the current system to do all we can do, and it just so happens we have rent to pay, we need to make a living.
yes,
and hopefully things do change. Like, for example, I have an allotment where we grow our own vegetables, and if everyone starts doing that more and it gets advocated doing that more, and if everyone was to eat, just not everyone can, because you've got different diets, but most people can live off a vegetarian diet or a vegan diet. Most people, not everyone, for different reasons.
I can't do pure vegan. Not pure vegan. I can't do pure vegan.
No, but this is what I'm saying. But for example, you eat vegetables, or the vegetables that people eat. Some people are allergic to certain stuff, but predominantly most people can eat vegetables. And on a shopping list, that's a big portion of money. And we shouldn't really be eating processed food. So we really want homegrown, holistic stuff. So even if you do eat meat or you do eat dairy, you're going to have your vegetables with it, but you don't want to have stuff that's processed, because that's not good for you. You want grown stuff, you want real food, and a big portion of that you can grow yourself. So that already would dramatically reduce the amount of expenditure you have to spend out every week, and that would dramatically reduce the amount of plastic and waste that comes with shops and supermarkets. So you're already getting towards not needing so much money. So if everyone was to grow their food more, and if we imagine having, if they were like massive communal, this is my idea. This would be a great space to have a great big allotment where you've got people there that are growing the food. You've got people there that are cooking with the food from last year, feeding those who are growing the food for them for the next year. And you've got people there who are good at music, entertaining the people that are cooking and the people that are gardening.
That's wonderful.
You've got like, that'd be brilliant. And then you could have it where you have a little dance area, so you have a time allotted spaces where you go and do your bit, then you go and you have a little dance, eat, listen to the music. Then it's like sort of a little rotation, but it's done in such a beautiful way. But to me, that's society, how society should be. There's a great film. I can't remember the name of it. It's called In the Green Grass or something like that. It's a French movie that talks about this sort of utopia like that.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go back more to living like that, and the big awakening that's happening.
It's happening. I think with this lockdown, the amount of people that our centre's in the middle of the country, well, not in the middle of it, it's just outside of the town. So we're in the countryside or on the edges of it, and we don't hardly see people walk past. And the amount of people that we've seen riding past, walking past, and the amount of people that I've seen on Facebook sharing stuff that they've had to get creative because they've had nothing to do.
Yeah.
They're trying all sorts out there, learning to garden. They're learning to, like, we've started this year eating stuff off of the land more, which is naturally there, like stinging nettles and dandelions. These things are great for us. And apparently,
you just pick them. Sorry, you just pick them and cook them, don't you?
Yeah.
Just pick them.
I'm obviously careful where I pick it from. I don't pick the lower stuff where the dogs will wee. But the reason it grows so abundant is it's nature's way of saying, here, eat me. I'm good for you. Everyone thinks it's a useless weed. It's not. God, you can do so much with it as well. With the dandelion, you can make honey. You can make creams for the face, and there's certain things in the dandelion which are good for the bones or good for the skin. You've got the leaf, which is great for eating, and you can really taste the iron in it. You can taste all the goodness in it. You can have, with stinging nettles, you have soup, or you fry it with garlic.
Wow.
It's all there.
Nettle is one of the best detoxifiers you can have. Nettle.
Yeah.
Nettle detoxifies the blood. So, Paul, we're coming to the end of the interview. It's been incredible. I hope that you feel that you've said everything you feel you wanted to say, or is there anything else you would like to tell the public, apart, particularly with what's going on in the world at the moment? Have you got any positive and any extra positive, enlightening messages to put out there that you want to say?
At the moment, there's lots of stuff coming up collectively in the world, and a lot of the dark stuff, a lot of the stuff that was repressed either collectively or individually is coming up in us all. And it may be stuff where it then makes us feel rubbish about it. Don't feel rubbish or don't feel any judgment about it, because that will only add on top of it more negativity. Just know that rubbish is coming up. Let it out in the best way possible, channel it in the best way and express it in the best way possible. Just don't judge yourself. Don't judge. Know that there's rubbish that's happened, that's coming up, that's coming out, but just focus on the positives. Focus on the positives. Know that there's rubbish that's going on. Notice it, become aware of it, but then focus on the positives.
Okay. And how do people find you? Because you offer one-to-one healing as well, don't you?
Yeah, if you want to either you can either email me at mcdonaldpaul04@gmail.com, or
I'll
you
put that on. If you send it to me, I'll put it on underneath so people can see.
you can find me on Facebook under Paul McDonald, or you can find the Positivity Centre on Facebook.
That's McDonald with MC, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you. And then still not sure if I'm Irish or Scottish, just one or the other. Then you've got the website, which is www.positivitycentre.co.uk, and we're also on Instagram. There's all the information on there. Again, if you want to email me and you want to leave your email address, we can send you what's coming up or what's going on.
You have an online shop as well, don't you?
No, not at the moment.
Oh, I thought there was. You're going to have one.
We need to sort that out. The reason being, the whole idea is we wanted the place to be, I could put stuff online, but I wanted the place to be where people have to come and meet people. I'm trying to get off of line because there's so much going online. So we want to bring people sort of more into, as much as we're doing this now, we're wanting to get people face to face, real life contact.
Well, hopefully that'll happen soon.
Yeah, I believe so. Which is what we're doing, what you're doing with. It's a bit of an oxymoron sometimes, or a paradox. Like a lot of the stuff you're doing is online, but we're having to use the online stuff to start to persuade people to become more holistic and get off of this stuff. But we're using a process. It's like you're moving on TV is making people aware of natural stuff which is going on in life. But we're having to use what we've got and what people have got addicted to do that.
I just wanted to say that from the time I met you, I've seen such huge changes in you.
Oh, wonderful.
You're so much more advanced in your work, so much more focused. You know where you're going. You know, it's really interesting to watch someone who's, as I say, it's about 4 years now since I met you, and I feel like your confidence has gone sky high, the self-esteem, different person, and I'm absolutely honored to have you in my life. You've changed my life from top to bottom in all sorts of ways, and very, very grateful to what you and Cecile are doing. And I hope that we can put this across today. So unless you've got anything else you want to say to the public, we'll end it.
Be yourself.
Best to get the information out there.
Be yourself. Express yourself and be yourself. You're not here to be anyone else, just like garlic isn't here to be turmeric. Or Lauren isn't. You were created as you, so be you as much as possible. You need to be what you are as much as possible. Otherwise, you're just wasting your life away. You need to be and express what life created you, which is you. Be you as much as possible.
Is this what you teach Shannon and Summer, and obviously we're like?
Yeah. But it's hard with them. You have to teach them to be themselves as much as possible, but they're still stuck. Like they might, being themselves might be being cocky to a teacher. So it's almost like you've got it's that transition thing of what people think being themselves is. Being yourself in a positive manner as much as possible, in a productive, compassionate manner as much as possible. Because you could say be yourself and do what you want, but it may be like doing something that goes against what's good for other people in a harmful way. So when I say be yourself in a way which don't harm anyone.
Well, a good way to end would be the change you want to see. Be that yourself.
Yeah.
And you can see the change in you, and then they start to ask questions, and they start to transform as well into what.
Be an example.
Yeah. Wow. Hang on, I'm just going to. So end the interview with Paul. We thought it would be nice for him to do a nice, gentle meditation for everyone to bring us all into balance and grounded and help us become that person that we're meant to become. Is that
Just going to just relax a sec, and I'm going to use the opportunity just to, even for me to be able to relax, rush into it, because there's nothing to rush into. Just to get people just to enjoy that space. There's a lot of the time where we feel like we need to speak where we don't need to. So I'm going to even give this opportunity before I even start. I'm just going to let go. I'm not going to try and formulate anything. I'm just going to hold space and go through my breath for the moment, and it gives you an opportunity just to look at me if you have to not want anything. Even now, you're sitting there thinking, waiting to hear something, waiting to get directions, listening to my voice, waiting to see where I'm going with it. But to more just concentrate on the sound of my voice, more concentrate on the feeling, because at the moment I'm not forming anything in my head. I'm just going with an intuitive feeling. Just keep listening to my voice, the sound of my voice, the tone of my voice, the texture of my voice, the vibration and intention that's being carried through my voice. And just breathe. No need to force anything. There's no need to try and rid your head of any thoughts. Just completely allow yourself to feel everything. You may find it hard to relax. You may be feeling invigorated. You may be feeling stimulated. Don't question it. Don't worry about it. Just feel it, become aware of it. Feel all the senses and the nerves in your body. Allow yourself to flinch. Allow your breathing to be, you may have real short, rapid breaths. Just allow it to be. There's nothing worse than trying to stop something. Just allow it to be. So we're very, very slowly change vibration gradually from the space that you're already in. It's about you just getting used to and sitting in whatever feelings you're experiencing in your body right now. Your thoughts may be racing. Allow it to be. You may feel like you just want to groan. Allow it to just be. You may be suddenly feeling irritated. Say it if you want to say it. Fuck it. Just allow it to say it. Just be.
Happy, 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 happy news. Happy, happy, happy news.
I'm all about no repression. Just allow whatever to be. What does my voice sound like to you? I don't want to question an answer back. It's just, what does my voice sound like? You're hearing a collection of words, but they're just sounds. Just keep concentrating on my voice. Right now, there's love in the intentions. There's love behind what it is I'm wanting to do right now, and that's a feeling. That's consciousness. And you're connected to that consciousness. This screen doesn't mean anything. That love, that intention, that calmness, that clarity, that pureness of consciousness of being, you can feel that right now because you're connected to it through consciousness, through time and space. You are that. I'm just a reflection of that in you. Whatever I'm saying or putting across, you are that. So just be. And again, I am just talking. You may think, has he started yet? Started ages ago. It's just my little formula and my way of doing things, my way of getting people into a meditative state. Because it's already working, the conscious flow, the feeling is already penetrating through me. It's not what I'm seeing that's important, it's the energy that's being transported and carried through the words I'm saying. That's how it works. It's what's coming through that you feel, not necessarily what's being said. It's an energy thing, and you're an energy being. Now, depending on the different people that may be watching, again, I'm going to make it tailored for you all individually, through one person, being myself. But it'll all be felt and experienced differently for all of you. What do you want to relax in your body? What do you want to work on? What do you want to feel right now? Some of you may want to just feel relaxed. Some of you may want to go on a little journey. Some of you may want to focus healing energy on a particular organ or a particular part of your body. Just know all of that is going on right now. Anything that you need right now, this energy is going towards helping that, creating that, shifting that, moving that, maneuvering that. The sound and the intention and the energy be carried in my voice may be making someone feel tingly. It may be making someone else feel relaxed. It may be making someone's arm feel relaxed. It may be doing all sorts of different things because the energy goes where the energy flows, where it needs to go for every single particular individual person who's listening to this. let it be for what you want it for. It doesn't even matter because that's already happening anyway. That's how intelligent, infinite, intelligent consciousness is. Some of you may be feeling relaxed. Some of you may be getting a real healing sensation. Some of you may be starting to feel otherworldly sensations. Someone may even be feeling stressed. It's whatever you want it for. A meditation is just about focusing energy where the energy needs to go. Where do you want it to go? What is this for you? Now I'm just going to do some sound. I'm going to let out intuitive sounds which I feel to let out. And the very fact that you're watching this and I'm expressing these sounds to you on a conscious level, you've attracted it, you want it for whatever you want it for. Again, it may help you relax, it may help you go off on a little journey, or whatever it is you need. It may heal your DNA, your cellular body, because you're just made of atoms and energy. And this is all I'm putting across and expressing and communicating right now is a form of energy from my intuitive being. And the very fact it's intuitive, it's dipping into a collective consciousness that we're all part of. So I can only give you right exactly what you want and need for your highest good or potential. Now I feel to let out certain sounds and tones. Don't question it, just feel it. Your mind, again, might want to question it, but don't question it, just feel it. And again, I'll say it again. Doesn't matter what I'm saying at the moment, the healing is going on. This is the meditation, the work's going on as I speak. It's flowing. The energy's flowing. I know it's happening. I can feel it. I can feel the change in my feeling my voice as I speak. I can feel the change in my body, how I feel as I'm speaking. I feel lighter. I feel tingly. Therefore, I know it's healing conscious energy which is going on at the moment. Now I'm going to start with the sound. The sound has already started. It started long ago through the sounds of my voice, the tones of my voice, not what I'm saying, the tones, the vibrations of every single syllable and vowel I'm using. They all make up what seems to be formed and interpreted as a language, but they're just vibrations that are put and stuck together to create a formulation of what you perceive as a word. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but you may not understand these words, but you'll understand them energetically. On some conscious level, you'll feel them just as you already have been feeling them for the past 5 minutes. Regardless of what you understand, it's working anyway. This is my form of meditation for you, my expression, my gift for you. It's already happening. Different to usual meditations, but a meditation nonetheless. Really feel into every sound and feel where you're feeling it in your body. Be aware of what it's making you feel, what it may be making you see, or it may be taking you off on a journey. Just allow it to, don't question it. Do not try and understand it as a language, just feel the sounds. Enesekewe el miki arnukushkormukur. Awarnata kuarmama toku ushkarnata kwa arnata kawesiki armubuku ushnarnata kua. Emeketeke sekia marnutukush murbubukusha. If you want to open your eyes, you're welcome to open your eyes. If you want to join in, join in. Lauren, if you feel to join in, join in. It's join in, it's consciousness. If it moves you to want to express, and allow it to do so. If that means your body feels it wants to move in a certain way, then do that. That's your biofield wanting to manipulate the atmosphere, the energetic flow of what's going on. If you feel to do that, anyone who's watching, if it makes you feel to cry, if it makes you feel to release, if it makes you feel to join in, if it makes you feel to move your body in a certain way, do so. Armotuku uarnataka armamaku ishnakawe e neke ernaka awarnaka se eke anataka ornuku us namata awa ushnake se. As I said, it may sound odd, it doesn't matter, it's just sounds, it's just vibrations. Even one particular sound, ka, ka, ka. Where do you feel that? What does that make you feel like? Se, ke, umar tuku ushmar mapaka arnene tewene de kianam se. Boo. Release. Let it out. Quit. Feel how good it feels to let yourself move, sing, shout, scream, do, express whatever it is you want to let out.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Urmaka arnata kua anata urmata urmanata ku urmanata join in. Urmutuku urmanata uanati ki urmantu. Urmanana marnata ku ushkin marnatu ku urnata ku urmanana burtuku uanata kawashnake. Feel how it feels.
I can feel my spine opening. My whole spine started to expand as you were doing that. It's like Falun Dafa.
Very slowly, just allow yourself. Feel how it feels. You can almost feel the magnetism in your body and the magnetic feeling.
Oh, you can feel
You
it.
really feel into it. Then allows you to move. It pulls itself into where it needs to go, and then it makes it stronger, which makes it even more obvious, which makes it pulls it even more. That it keeps emphasizing and heightening itself, and you know where to place your hand more, and it invigorates it even more. And when you're doing this, you'll feel releasements in your body. It just feels good. Your body knows exactly what you need. On that note.
What can I say? What an incredible interview and an incredible meditation. And we got to hear your stunning singing voice. So some people, if you're lucky and you go and do the sound stuff with Paul and use the bed, you might be lucky enough to get his beautiful singing voice as well.
If they want that's I suppose.
If they want it, yeah. So there you go. So, oh God, that was beautiful. Just very quickly. I was interviewing an incredible 5D consciousness group yesterday called Love Has Won. Love Has Won. They're incredible, these two girls. And we finished it with the word ahava. Ahava in Hebrew is love. And the same way as you've got Buddha, Brahma, Allah, Adonai, it's always this open sound, ahava. It's a beautiful word in Hebrew. Love, love. Like Wayne Dyer doesn't say love. He said we should actually pronounce it love, love.
Yeah, you can feel it, can't you, in a word when you express it.
I had it. It's an open. Everything is open. The words are open. And it's like you have just opened up the whole of my spine. I could feel all the vertebrae just, first of all, the way it started when you started singing, I went back to my Jewish roots, and in the synagogue you had the cantor, the chazan, and then like that. So I could feel it right deep down in my solar plexus and my lower stomach. And then that's what it means to me. I'm getting into the core of my feelings. And so I let that happen. And then it starts to open more and more. And then as you went to, the spine started to open up like that, stretching outwards and outwards. You know, I always get so much from all of this because it's so detoxifying. You know, everything works in me so fast. I'm like a cat. You know, if you give an animal homeopathy, they don't have any barriers. So it's the same with me. I'm so open to all these techniques and healing because there's nothing to stop it. I don't have a barrier. I don't have saying, oh, this isn't going to work. You know what I mean? So that was incredible, Paul. I need to do another interview with you. My God, you should be doing your whole show. I reckon you should do a show and on there here, we're listening, every week, half an hour with Paul McDonald. I think, like, particularly while we're in lockdown, you could do your own lockdown series coming from the Positivity Center. How would you feel about that?
my little soundbar.
I think it'd be incredible. And you could put your own music. We are live still with this. You could put your own music in the background because you're writing all this stuff anyway. But, you know, half an hour, like I've got people doing half an hour, and I'm just saying, anybody, if you want to come on to Moving On TV, email me at movingontv1@gmail.com. This
Share it.
opportunity to do your own show.
Share it. Share
your talents, exactly. Martin does letting go in lockdown. Martin does hypnotherapy, letting go in lockdown. I have the lovely Ellen Carter. She's done books. She's done around her garden, organic vegetables. She did abundance in lockdown. I've got Jaden Darcy. Mr. Darcy, I can't wait to see his program. He's in Australia. He's doing a program, and there you go. Louise Hammond, fingers crossed, she's going to do her own Muse acting program in the lockdown. So there you go. Now we've got Paul McDonald, and he can do a lockdown series for us.
Yeah, I'm up for it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Cool.
I'll do a weekly resonation.
Yeah, weekly from the Positivity Center. Whatever it is you feel. Anyway, thank you so much, Paul. What can I say? It's been an incredible interview. And you've given so much. And that's what I love about this awakening, is we're all giving so much from the heart. You know, and I'm not checking how many subscriptions, how many likes, but I do need to get to 1,000 subscriptions on Moving On TV in order to stream live now, because everything has changed with YouTube. So we need to build up. The more subscriptions we have, the more wonderful people like Paul I can bring on. Okay. So take care. Have a beautiful dinner. Love to everyone, and we'll see you soon. So lots of love.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Peace.
Thanks, you, Lauren.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye. Bye.